And she'll see it change down, and if she just looks at the curing monitor, she'll know. Yeah. And then we'll say live, you're on, and then live, you're on. Yeah. Exactly. All right, thanks. Me too. John, did you do your Zoom test? I know. Did you do your Zoom test yet, John? Also, make sure when we start the real meeting, this door gets closed.
Yeah, and then they're like, yeah, well, why are you doing blah, blah, blah. Hello.
Norma Singer. Do you remember the days you used to take me to PD?
Wow, I remember.
We used to have our second meetings at the police
Yeah,
community
in
room.
the community room.
Why?
This is John. Can you hear me?
We could hear you, John.
You sound great. How do I sound?
You sound good.
Can you try a few other mics, please?
Testing, 1, 2.
Sound good?
Testing, 1, 2.
You remember that, Norma?
Sound good. And can you also test the city manager's mic, please?
Check 1, 2.
Test, 1, 2.
Sound good. Thank you very much.
my venti peppermint mocha up there. It's true. I just stopped talking to him at all. Hi. So far away. Jesse. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Clerk, at this time, can we start the meeting, please? We start close.
Recording in progress.
I hereby call a special closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct your roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Mayor Amezcua.
Present.
We have quorum.
Any of the member would like to take this time to announce their abstentions at this time? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this special closed session?
No, we do not.
At this time, we will be recessing to the portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the special closed session agenda, and we'll be back in a little bit. Thank you all very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Great, it says that we are on, that we're live. I hereby call the regular open meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Presente.
Councilmember Fan. Here. Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Here. Mayor Amezcua.
Present. Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, are there any announcements, please?
To request to speak on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. Please announce your name and ward or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record.
Great, thank you. If you can all please stand so we can do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure. All right, if you could all please join me in putting your right hand over your heart, face our flag, and follow along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Peñalosa. I'd like to call up Bob Barnett, our police chaplain, please.
The best words of inspiration I can give tonight is just a simple prayer of blessing on this meeting and upon our city. So, Lord God, we're so privileged to be here. I ask tonight that your blessing would be upon this meeting. You'd bless our city council members and our mayor. Give them the wisdom they need for the decisions they need to make, and give them a vision that not only finishes this year, but looks well into the next year. I thank you for our city. Bless this holiday season, Lord. Keep everybody healthy, safe. Let peace be in the homes. And Lord, we're so thankful for the people that serve this community. We're thankful for the first responders, the law enforcement, and the fire authority. We ask that you keep them healthy, keep them safe. And Lord, we pray for our people, all of them, that this would be an increased measure of hope, that as they look into this new year, they can smile at the future. We're so grateful, Lord, for all that you've done, but we believe there's so much more yet to be done. We ask this in the name of the Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much. This time we're going to do the recognitions. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. I'm sorry, I'm going to make a mistake up here. I know I am tonight. I'm reading exactly the way it said. Thank you. We'll go to the next one at this time. Proclamation presented by Council Member Becerra to Santa Ana College, please. Student athletes.
This is what we get for taking so long closed session, right? If I could have the athletes from Santa Ana College join me up here in front here. Wendy Milan. Jesse Mancia. Is Jesse here? Antonio Wall. Sergio Gutierrez. Aldo Trujillo, Blaze Iglesias, Wyatt Turlock. I think that's all it's here tonight, right? So come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize some of the outstanding athletes that we have over at Santa Ana College. Now, over the past couple of years, we've had some great team sports, some good results that have come out of there. But what I wanted to do tonight was recognize some of the athletes that have stood out and performed exceptionally well during the fall season. And so tonight, I wanted to recognize some of those individuals. So I wanted to start off with women's soccer. If I could have Wendy come forward. Wendy, here you go. Sure, there you go. So Wendy was named to the All-Orange Empire Conference first team for the second consecutive season. As a sophomore from Estancia, she scored 3 goals while collecting 2 assists in 16 games played. Good job. So some of the other folks that I wanted to recognize tonight that unfortunately could not be here were Matilda, I'm going to push this. Help me, Matilda. All right, there we go. Ines Lopez. Well, let me real quick with Matilda. So as a sophomore in women's volleyball, she was named to the first team after a huge year for the Dons. The sophomore outside hitter finished with a conference high 67 service aces and the second most kills in conference at 375. In the process, as a standout from Portugal, she also broke the school record in both categories. She was also named to the 2022 All-Regional team. And then also in women's volleyball, who couldn't be here tonight, was Ines Lopez. She joined the All-OEC first team as a sophomore from Portugal as well. Check that out. Who collected 322, third ranked in the conference in digs, taking over the third place spot in dig leaders in all program history. She also added 34 service aces at the libero position. And then also from women's volleyball, who I wanted to recognize was Kaden Rafe. As a sophomore, she made her second appearance on the all-conference second team after a breakout season. The setter from Burns, Oregon, led the conference and broke the school record in assists with 786 while adding 173 digs, 30 service aces, and 22 total blocks. I told you these guys were exceptional, right? They're setting records left and right. Now, we do actually have somebody, I believe, here from men's soccer. Jesse? Nope. Okay, just kidding. Jesse is not here. Jesse was a huge part of Santa Ana College's men's soccer team that went to the second round of the SoCal Regionals. He led the team with 9 goals, including 2 game winners, to go along with 6 assists in his sophomore season. He was also named to the all-conference first team after a wonderful season. So, Antonio Wall? All right, we got one. Okay, so Antonio, come on up. So Antonio was the leader of the SAC men's soccer backline and was named 2022 All-Conference First Teamer. The sophomore defender from Walnut scored 2 goals while also recording an assist to earn his second consecutive All-Conference honor. Congratulations. And wrestling, we have Sergio Gutierrez. There he is. How you doing, Sergio? Good. How you doing? So Sergio, let me get this. Here you go. Thank you. So Sergio advanced through the consolation bracket to take 6 overall in the 174-pound weight class to place 6 overall at the 2022 Wrestling State Championships. Gutierrez was the only Don to medal in just his first season of wrestling at Santa Ana College. Aldo Trujillo? Nope, no Aldo. All right, well, Aldo, men's cross country. Aldo made the all-conference team with a 5th place at the conference championships. Is sophomore from Anaheim, also qualified for state, where he placed 37th overall to lead the Santa Ana men's cross country team. And then we have for football, Blaze Iglesias. Oh, Blaze, huh? You don't look like Blaze. Sorry. So Blaze was named the 2022 American Metro League Defensive Player of the Year. During his freshman season, he posted a team high 6 sacks to go with 22 tackles and 2 fumble recoveries in 9 games played. The defensive lineman was also named to the 2022 All-State team. And then, Wyatt? All right. There you go. So Wyatt Turlock was a unanimous selection for the 2022 All-American Metro League first team after leading Santa Ana's offensive line at left guard. The freshman was also tabbed a 2022 All-State member in his first season with Santa Ana College. And then one more that could not be here tonight, Christian Constantine. And Christian broke the Santa Ana College single season record for receptions with 68 to go with 692 yards and 8 touchdowns to earn a unanimous selection to the 2022 All-AML first team in his sophomore year. Constantine also took over as the leader for career receptions with 102 in 2 seasons with the Dons. The receiver out of Vermilion Catholic was also named 2022 All-State member as well. So let's give it up for these fine athletes here. And before you snap that picture, I want to, Mary Haggerty, the athletic director, wasn't able to be here tonight. She's at a men's basketball game for Santa Ana College, but just wanted to thank her for her leadership. And I also see Dr. Tina Miller from the Rancho Santiago Community College District Board of Trustees here with us tonight. Thank you, Dr. Miller, for being here. And Dr. Annabelle Neri, who couldn't be here as well. So we have a lot of wonderful things happening at Santa Ana College, and I'm just so excited to be able to recognize these stellar athletes. So let's give it up for them one more time, please.
Congratulations. Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. The next one to be a certificate of recognition presented by Councilmember Penalosa, Mayor Meswa, and Councilmember Becerra to Mari Carmen Reyes for her outstanding athletic accomplishments.
Mari Carmen and whoever wants to join her, come up. You guys are more than welcome to. Parents mainly.
Do all the Bruins get to join you?
All right, so good evening, everybody. It is my honor to be joined by Mari Carmen Reyes tonight. Mari Carmen Reyes was born and raised in Santa Ana. She's a midfielder for the UCLA women's soccer team and the Mexican women's national team. She recently won the NCAA Division I National Championship with UCLA, defeating the University of North Carolina by a score of 3-2 in double overtime, scoring the game-winning goal in the 107th minute of the match. So round of applause, come on guys. You want to read the rest?
Now, for those of you that know, it's not really commonplace for me to be up here congratulating anybody from UCLA, but obviously what we saw Mari Carmen do was exceptional. I mean, national championship, double overtime, that's what any college athlete's dream would be, and she lived it. So she's joined here tonight with her parents, Jorge and Carmen Reyes. She has two older brothers, Jorge and Oscar. Her father and both brothers played professional soccer. Now, one thing I get to say that I'm very proud of, again, not the UCLA part, but the fact that she went to Segerstrom High School in Ward 4, and she earned All-League and Rookie of the Year honors.
I'm extremely honored to be standing up here with you all. The Reyes family is an amazing family, so are many others. With the Mexican national team, Mari Carmen helped Mexico's national team qualify to the 2022, I'm going to say this wrong, CONCACAF Championship? Did I say it right?
Yes.
Scoring 3 goals during qualifying. She was called up to Mexico's national team for a pair of friendlies in Japan in 2021 and started for Mexico at the 2020 CONCACAF, I'm just going to say CAFE, right? U20 Championship, helping the team advance to the championship game and earning a U20 World Cup bid. She scored a goal in the round of 16 win over Grenada and started for Mexico in all 3 games in the 2018 FIFA U20 Women's World Cup. She helped lead Mexico to a gold medal at the 2018 CONCACAF. How do you say that? Well, CONCACAF. I got it, CONCACAF. U20 Championship and to a silver medal at the 2015 CONCACAF U17 Championships.
And, you know, I actually asked somebody earlier today, how do you pronounce that? Because we all know I can't even take an oath. So, you know, a word like CONCACAF is going to be a tongue twister for me. But CONCACAF is the Confederation for North America, Central America, and Caribbean Association Football. So that is a really exciting and, you know, a high honor. So she also, Mari Carmen, is also a 2-time Pac-12 championship winner and has become an Adidas athlete as of October 2022. One of her greatest athletic thrills is winning the 2018 CONCACAF U20 Championship representing Mexico, and her hobbies include hanging out with family and friends and going to the beach. If she noticed she's a little tan, she just came back from Hawaii, because I follow her on Instagram. So I'm kind of jealous. It looked like a beautiful vacation. Well deserved, by the way. Mari Carmen earned an undergraduate degree in sociology and is now enrolled in UCLA School of Education. And one thing that I also want to highlight is, you know, when you think of singers, athletes, and anyone, really families, any family, you know, you have the one child that's athletically gifted or musically gifted or famous, and then you got the others that are not so, you know, don't really have any talents and just kind of fall behind. Let me tell you that this family, and it's their work ethic and their dedication to the sport, but her 2 older brothers, who I've known since I was 5 years old, went to elementary and middle school together and high school. When my senior year in high school, they made Saddleback High School the #1 soccer team in the nation. They were 2005 and I believe 2006, if I'm not mistaken. They were the national champions across the entire country, the best high school soccer team in the country, Saddleback High School, and that's George and Oscar Reyes, who are both on the team back there. And you know, so it's not just Mari Carmen. I don't know what you guys fed these kids growing up, but their athletic ability, and I know that the dad as well is also a pretty good soccer player himself. So Mari Carmen, congratulations. Continue to put Santa Ana on the map, and you know, on behalf of the mayor and in recognition, and the city council, and in recognition of your outstanding athletic accomplishments, congratulations on single-handedly, with your team, of course, winning the NCAA Division National Championship for UCLA, and, you know, continuing to further put our city on the map. And one of the quotes that is often used amongst the Reyes family is, "I'm just a kid from Santa Ana." And that's something that I always think about when I'm out there in the community, trying to also make our city better. So now I would like to, if you want, say a few words.
Yeah. Well, first off, thank you to the first female mayor of Santa Ana. That's incredible. And David and Phil, I appreciate you guys so much. You guys have helped our family endlessly, and everything that you've done for me is something that I'll never forget, and hopefully I get to inspire the youth that's coming after me, and that's my main goal. So thank you for helping me do that. And I'm just honored to be here. This is something that I only dreamed of, and I just want anyone that's listening to know that it's so awesome to be able to stand here and be from Santa Ana, and to have the privilege to represent this city is something that I don't take lightly, and I take it everywhere I go. I tell people I'm from Santa Ana, and everyone that I know knows that. So I'm just extremely blessed to even have this chance to speak in front of these new faces, and hopefully we continue to have conversations about helping the youth in our city, because there's so much talent here that goes unnoticed, and I hope that I can be that change as well. And I hope I'm not the last person to win a national championship from Santa Ana, so I'm just so honored and I'm so happy. So thank you guys for having me.
While they do that, can we do an 8 clap? It'll trigger Phil.
George, Oscar. Jorge, Oscar, you guys out there?
Harry. I get it. Harry, Oscar. He's with his little girls. You can run. It's not. Yeah. Just like do. Entonces, Jorge.
So, no Jorge?
Harry.
Run. I know you're old, but you can still run.
Well, thank you, Councilman Becerra, for going up. I know that was a little challenging for you. All right, here we go. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, I'm pleased to announce that by unanimous vote this evening in closed session, the City Council has appointed our Norma Orozco as the acting city clerk, retroactive to September 1st.
Great, thank you. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. We will now hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber first, and then we'll hear from those that are on the conference call or Zoom. So if I call your name, if you can come up in three and wait here, please. Mary Alcab Mitchell. I apologize if I. Cynthia Grunstra and Jose Andrade. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members.
Can you turn your speaker on for me there, please?
I'm sorry, what?
Can't hear you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Mary Alcala Mitchell. Closer? Okay. All right. My name is Mary Alcala Mitchell. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, long time. And I'm here representing myself this evening concerning item 29 on your agenda. I currently own 4 houses in Santa Ana that have been brought to your attention regarding code violations. And here to ask for a 90-day extension on your decision to take receivership of these houses that are in question. I met with code enforcement over a year ago. After the passing of my husband. Unfortunately, during this past year, I have been affected by long-term COVID and issues of family who are tenants in the property who were not able to pay due to COVID. I did, as a landlord, apply for COVID relief rental assistance, as they did. They were denied, which resulted in a substantial loss of income to me, which I had to absorb. I recently, last week, just received a first amount of funds that are due to me that are to be used for the rehabilitation of the properties. If you take the properties into receivership, my biggest concern is that people will be displaced that are not living in substandard conditions currently. There are cosmetic concerns that need to be addressed, and I am in the position to follow through with that now. So I'm asking for a delay of 90 days, and that I may continue to speak with Mr. Verino, who I believe is your supervisor of the code enforcement, and to the code enforcement officer, Jerry Navarro, that I had been speaking with over the past year. The outcome of following this course of action that you've been asked to take tonight will greatly detrimentally affect a large group of people who are also long-term residents of Santa Ana who are family. This is not a delaying tactic on my part. This is where I'm at and what I'm asking for.
So sorry, your time is up at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Grunstra?
Good evening. I'm going to read an email that I sent to Coordinated Entry System, CES, in September of this year, September 19th. Hello, my name is Cynthia Grunstra. I filled out an application for an emergency housing voucher in December of 2021 through the Illumination Foundation in Stanton. I have been homeless since February of 2017, in and out of shelters, and am currently on the street. I do not have a documented disability, although this fact may change soon. And as you can see, I've currently been waiting 9 months for this emergency housing. My grievance is due to the fact that I have repeatedly seen that people who are in shelters who have applied for the emergency vouchers after me are assigned housing within just a couple of months. These are also individuals with no documented disabilities. There are also people who have applied for housing before me who have obtained vouchers within just a few months, all through the shelter. I could provide the name of 3 such people as an example. I spoke about this to a woman at the Illumination Foundation who's handling my application, and she confirmed that it does tend to go faster for those in homeless shelters. Therefore, the people who are in the most danger every day, who are on the street, are left to wait. It's been 9 months and counting. I understand that this is a coordinated entry. However, if I'm already waiting almost 1 year, how is this emergency voucher any different than just being on the regular waiting list? And why is it that people in shelters, particularly at the Salvation Army shelter in Anaheim, are given priority above those on the street? If you would kindly address these 2 questions ASAP, I would greatly appreciate this. It's my intention to address this at a city council meeting, and I was hoping to receive a reply before doing so. That was 3 months ago. I'm waiting 1 year now, and I did not receive a reply or even any acknowledgement to my email. And I've also emailed the Orange County Housing Authority as well, and they just kind of ping-ponged me back to go to CES. So if I could get an answer from somebody at some point as to why I'm still waiting 1 year for an emergency housing voucher, and why is it that people in the shelters, it seems only the high-profile cases are getting taken right away, and those of us on the street seem to be left waiting indefinitely.
Mayor, if you'd like, I can have our assistant city manager meet her in the back and take her information down. It does seem like she's applied at it through a different agency and not ours.
Yeah, I thank you, City Manager. And I was going to let you know, I apologize, we can't respond from.
That's fine.
So
that's fine.
Somebody will speak to you this
At some
evening.
point, yeah, that's fine. I totally understand.
They will help you out, and thank you so very much
Oh,
for
sure.
coming.
Thank you.
Jose Andrade, please.
Hello, Council, Mayor. I'm up here to speak on a property that we have in our neighborhood. I'm from Ward 6, Logan Neighborhood Association. Our quality of life has gone down so badly. 25 years ago when my mom, 25 to 30, my mom was trying to get the properties moved out because all they do is bring in trash, bring in trucks, bring in this, bring in that. And I know you guys are doing something about it now. I've seen some things, but my question also was, if you look at that map, you see the yellow, and then you see the pink. The yellow is, the first one is 1020, or 2017 Logan, okay? What I feel is gonna happen is that we're gonna get ping-ponged around. They're going for one property, where if you look at that whole thing, all those 4 properties, the 3 properties, they took all the fences out, they took all the bricks out, they took everything out. So that all is one, like a one property, okay? If you guys go for one property, what's gonna happen is that they're just gonna move everything back into the next properties and into the next properties. If you look all the way down, all those properties, it's the same owner. And the same thing's happening all the time. Trash. Clean my house, I can go the next day, put my finger down, dirty as all. Why? Because they move all this stuff out there. We have the construction companies that don't care. Finally, we got a one-way on Lincoln. It's helping a little, but it's still a nuisance. All these construction companies they look at you and say, call the city, call code enforcement, call whoever you want. By the time they get here, we're out of here. So I'm just hoping you guys do the right thing for us and help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Michaela? I know you. You can bring it down, sweetie. There you go. Hi, sweetie.
Hi, my name is Michaela Andrade. I live in Logan Street. I'm here to talk to you about our neighborhood, which is so dear to my heart. Logan is one of the oldest communities set back to the early 1900s. If you didn't know, Logan was the first community allowing Hispanics to buy homes in Santa Ana. With that being said, the businesses in our community have no respect for the residents that live here. One business in particular is right in front of my house. It's dirty and unpleasant to look at from my bedroom window. Some Saturdays, they start work really early and they drop bins, and my house feels like a tornado is happening. My house shakes so much and the smell is awful. There are even rats. I don't think you would want rats or dirty smells in your neighborhood. In closing, I hope you hear our concerns and relocate the businesses. We would like the properties back to the original homes, like my great-grandma Chepa Faffor. As a girl, I am really happy and honored to speak to the first female mayor. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Have a great night, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
Melinda?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to make a comment. Earlier this evening, I was stuck in a traffic jam and was told by the city clerk that I would not be able to speak on an agenda item in which my clients are the appellants if I did not come here before the city council meeting started and filled out a card. This person also stated that somebody else was not permitted to fill out a card for me. And I think that that is an improper policy to have and an improper rule to have. I think that if folks want to come and make a comment on an agenda item, especially the agenda item such as the one that I'm discussing right now, which is item 41 on your agenda, I don't think that requiring folks to come at the beginning to fill out cards is appropriate. So if you could all consider revising that if that is your policy, or educating your clerk if it is not your policy, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The item 41 is discussed during the public hearing. So unless there's some legal reason, I think we can allow people to come in and fill out a card, because that's at a later time. So unless there's opposition, Sonia, if there's people here who want to speak during the public hearing on the items that are listed, please fill out a card and give it to the clerk. I'd appreciate it, and then you can speak at that time on those items in the public hearing. So if you'd like to fill out a new card, Melinda, you're more than welcome to speak, so thank you. Lori Ortiz.
Good evening, council members, and I want to congratulate you if you're newly elected, and also if you're returning, congratulations. My name is Lori Ortiz. I'm the president of the Confidential Association, also known as CASA. We are comprised of administrative and support staff with years of working in Santa Ana, and we continue to work through the pandemic. We're comprised of staff in every city department, including the city manager's office, whom the council works with daily. Just for your information, we walk through this community to hand out Visa gift cards to the most economically impacted residents, and assisted with phone calls from frightened residents, and worked in HR to ensure we had employees to work through the pandemic. We continue to show our dedication by working through this holiday season while many other cities in Orange County shut down for the holidays, and we're all dedicated employees loyal to this community and the businesses. We supported the residents and council with our dedication and commitment, and we have been working without a contract for at least almost 6 months, I should say. We've attempted to work with city negotiators for months, and we ask you to please consider CASA. And we're concerned, the CASA board is concerned about a comment on page 2 of the staff report that under option 3, the city is not required to meet and confer with the labor union proposals and costing of said proposals, merely by exchanging the information between the parties during the course of negotiations. So with option 3 and staff's recommendation of option 3, that is our concern, because I think option 1, we all agree that option 1 would be more reasonable to CASA members, and we ask you to please act in good faith to not implement new negotiation policies while our bargaining unit is still in negotiations, which we have been in for almost 6 months. And we wanted to let you know where we stand on that. But we do appreciate your time and your consideration. And we thank you for all you do for the community.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone wanting to speak on the conference call or Zoom?
Yes, we have one speaker.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Yes, we have one speaker.
Perfect, thank you.
Speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, with the exception of public hearing items 41, 42, 43, 44. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana. Before unmuting the calls, I would like to provide a summary of comments that we received via email. We received item number 29 regarding the receivership petitions. One Santa Ana resident is in opposition. Item number 36, the resolution of intent to disestablish the downtown business improvement district. One Santa Ana business in opposition of dissolution. Item number 38, the appointment of regional boards. One non-resident requested support of continuity of the board members for OCFA. Item number 41, public hearing. Those will be addressed at the public hearing. And we received a non-agenda item, one Santa Ana resident in support of efforts to reduce car noise. One Santa Ana resident thanking Councilmember Hernandez for participating in and organizing a lunch for residents at the Southwest Community Center. One Santa Ana resident in support of discussing and reviewing the parking ticket situation in Willard Park area. And one Santa Ana resident thanking the Santa Ana Police Officers Association for participating in a senior lunch at 2222 East 1st Street. Caller with the phone number that ends in 4010, Please dial *6 from your phone and proceed with your comment. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, this is Victor Mendez, Ward 3. Before I begin, I have a quick question. I'd like to comment on item 44. I would understand that to be a separate comment period. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
So after I've concluded with item 27, which I'm commenting on, you'll just basically hang me up and loop me back into 44 when you're ready. Is that a correct understanding, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, I'm ready. On item 27, my numbers show the city could be leaving about $50,000 on the table. First, they're using a CPI, which is really used for consumers. However, Aramark, your contractor, their costs are really driven by the wholesale price index, not the consumer price index. They purchase their goods on a global scale at a wholesale basis, not a retail basis. Wholesale price indexes are really trending about 8%, not 12% under the CPI. If you want to really look at CPI and kind of do apples to oranges, then look at the Social Security CPI, which is going to 8.7% beginning 1/1/23. The staff recommendation for Aramark basically is about 40% over what the CPI is going to be for Santa Ana senior citizens going into January 23. And that's how you kind of get a $50,000 differential. The other thing you should consider that Aramark just recently reported their highest annual revenue in company history. They're making a lot of money off the so-called inflationary effect. The CFO even said how well they're managing inflation, that's inducing their record profits. I would simply recommend that you should approve this item, but only with an 8% CPI, and let staff come back with some transparency as to why they need this 12.44%, and you can make a decision for there. And also request staff to looking at using the sheriff's resources to provide meals and see if there's some money to save. While the numbers aren't really large or huge, let's not forget we had a pretty robust discussion over a few $1,000s because the nonprofit wanted to waive a couple of fees for the kids. Lastly, I just wish to commend Councilmember Hernandez for just an outstanding senior holiday dinner. The food was great. Mr. Hernandez and his partner's service was superb, and the company was, of course, excellent. Thank you.
That was the last speaker, Madam Mayor.
You're a little muffled, I'm sorry, so if you can just...
Sorry, that was the last speaker, Madam Mayor.
Perfect, great, thank you. We're going to go to the consent calendar at this time. Council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to a conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar, I will start to my right. Council members, please state your name to the motion, and second, to approve the reminder. Please cast your vote, and the city clerk will announce and display as we move forward on the rest of the meeting. So, Councilmember Hernandez is not here. Councilwoman Taifan?
Thank you. I'd like to pull item number 29, please.
You say 29?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa?
I'm okay at the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
None at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Councilman Vasquez?
29 as well.
Councilman Hernandez?
Item 40.
Councilman Penalosa?
None. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm looking at Councilman Becerra.
Items 11, 12, and 30.
11, 12, and 30.
Yes.
And I am going to pull item 40 and 41, please.
Mayor.
Is 40 is not part of consent, right?
I apologize. It'll be in the business. Thank you.
Yeah, through item 36.
Councilman Hernandez, it'll be in the consent. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
actually, can I pull 31, please?
No, you had your turn. I'm just kidding. Okay, for the remainder, can I get a motion to approve the remainder?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Penalosa, seconded by Councilman Becerra. You need a roll call? Excuse me?
If you can please vote on your devices if they are
Please vote
available.
on your devices, thank you. Oh, these are fancy smancy. Wow. All right, let's go to item 29, please.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Do you want me to start? So for item number 29, I actually do have to state a recusal for one of the properties for 1027 North Logan Street, Santa Ana, California 92701. So I do ask that we bifurcate the discussion, if any, so that once maybe we can take action on the other properties, and if you get to discussing the Logan Street property, I will leave the room, as I believe out of an abundance of caution that the property owner is a client of my employer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Vasquez?
I'm worried, we just heard a speaker, and we know some of these places have formal housing, and I'm worried of carrying this on and displacing more people without any transition or any plan to get people. We're gonna make things worse on the street in Santa Ana and adding to the homeless number. I just can't see myself taking one at a time and making sure where there is formal housing, how can we support those families? How can we support the building owners to make sure they can keep their buildings and be able to transition? It's a one. I would take one at a time and see how they're working, because if there's formal housing there, we can help some way, or they could give more time, because we're going to make things worse in Santa Ana.
Honorable Mayor and Council Member, we do have a presentation on this item if you would like to see
Actually,
that.
thank you, City Manager. I was going to ask you, can we please have our presentation?
All right, Executive Director of Planning and Building, Min Tai.
Thank you, Daniel. Good evening, Mayor and the City Council. The action that's being requested tonight is for your authorization for staff to file and prosecute a receivership petition, as well as a nuisance abatement against the owner of 9 rural properties in the city. The proposed action would simply authorize staff to have the authority to take these actions. Many of these properties, the 9 properties that we have, include residential properties as well as commercial property on a major street that have been an issue of property maintenance and creating an attractive public nuisance for our neighborhoods. They also have detracting characteristics that affect property values and the quality of life for the built environment in their surrounding neighborhoods. The property includes 2405 South Maple Street. As you can see, an example, here's pictures of the conditions of the properties. All of these properties that are on this list have been a focus of enforcement for a number of years, and there have been a number of notices as well as fine that has been provided to the owner, and ample opportunity have been provided for them to also address these issues. I'll go over some of these pictures. This includes a property on North Broadway. As you can see, with some current action, they are taking formal actions, but still the progress is slow on the property. This property has been in dilapidation condition for many years. This is on 1001 North Freeman. As you can see, the roof are barely intact, and the property is not well maintained. This property is on 1502 North Flower Street. It is one of the 4 properties that are on this list that belongs to a previous speaker who came and spoke, Ms. Mitchell. A property also on North Flower by the same owner.
Sure. Mintai, if you don't mind just reading some bullet points, just so the public is also aware as to some of the violations.
Got it.
Or
So-
the statement of conditions that you guys are presenting to us?
These properties are all in violations of our current municipal code as well as health and safety codes. They have repeated code violation, including lack of property maintenance, deteriorated roof, peeling paint, on the exterior of the building, lacking landscaping, vehicle park illegally in the parkways. They also have hoarding conditions and interior conditions that are substandard and not considered to be decent and safe living conditions. As you can see here on the pictures, these are unfit for human occupancy or use. And this property is located on 1114 West Berkeley Street. This property here.
Sorry, Min. I did recuse myself from this property, so
Got it.
if we can discuss the other ones, and then I'll leave the room for this discussion. Thank you.
The final property that we have on this list is also on First Street. This is a commercial property that our code enforcement division has been dealing for a number of years with severe dilapidation, compromised stairways, walkways, decks, and halls. They have damaged building sidings. There are transient prohibited use on the property, lack of landscaping, unsanitary conditions, trash and debris, loitering, as well as drug use on the property. So as these properties are ongoing enforcement actions, the city has a process where we can take, in addition to the standard enforcement processes, to go through the legal prosecution process by executing potentially either a nuisance abatement proceeding through the courts or seeking a receivership, and this is a last resort strategy, so that we would be able to work with the courts to take receivership of the property, make the improvements, due to the fact that many of the property owners on this list have either refused to comply or have not been able to make the necessary improvements to bring the property into compliance. Now, by the action of the City Council tonight, that action does not mean that staff will proceed with the authority to take those actions. We will continue to work with the property owners so that they, if by this notice, would be able to comply with the requirements of the making the improvements and conditions. We would not have to take those actions. But this is simply a request for the council to authorize to proceed with the noticing of the property owners that, potentially we will take these final last resort action. As it relates to the concern regarding existing residents or relocation and finding housing for tenants that are living in these conditions, under the state health and safety codes, it does require that the property owner is legally obligated to provide relocation assistance to the tenants so that the tenants would have appropriate housing opportunity while the property owner is bringing the property into compliance with the code. In addition to that, we often will approach any tenants that require help with assistance from a housing department to provide them with housing information and available opportunity for safe and decent housing in the city elsewhere. So that is the request tonight, is for the council to consider taking the actions on 8 of these properties, and I'll continue to talk about the property on Logan as a later point in this presentation.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember Vasquez, for bringing up the issue about the residents. So I do understand. I'm trying to think back. Councilmember Sarah, you had brought up a really great council requested item about red tag buildings, right? We had that issue before, and I thought we had an ordinance to allow the city to pursue obtaining fines to help the relocation. Did it never get completed?
There were discussion of that, but an ordinance was never put forth by the city council or requested by the majority of the council.
So, one of the things I am concerned about is obviously we have the shelter, we have Carnegie, we have family rooms. I was able to tour the facility, and it is, it was very different from what you might imagine a shelter would look like. But I am worried that to say, I know even we had our seniors, Mr. Mendez, for residents to fight for relocation assistance is much different and much more difficult when they don't have an attorney to go to court with a landlord. So my question is, what housing do we have? Do we have a plan in place to help them relocate in the meantime?
Councilmember Van, they would be able to avail themselves to the rental assistance programs that we have in place. And the commercial building that was red tag that you were referring to, we did provide rental assistance to relocate many of those individuals to a different apartment complex.
Do we know of any, availability now to help them say, hey, in, 2 weeks, you're gonna have to move into this unit, the city's gonna help you pay rent?
In terms of the immediate next step actions, as I mentioned, the seeking of the authority to take these actions by staff is a first step. The next step in our process is to provide notice to the property owners of the authorization and the city's staff's ability to take these actions with the goal of incentivizing the owner to take actions prior to the city having to go down this route.
Right, and I completely appreciate that. I know it's not tomorrow that we're kicking everyone out, right, and doing receivership. My point is, and just to reiterate the concern, which is when we do, I want to make sure that people have a place to go and that we're not a boat adrift in the ocean trying to look for a place to live, because we do know that there's housing scarcity in the city and things are expensive.
Based on the council action, what we can do is incorporate into our process a wraparound process to where not only do we notify the property owners, but provide adequate to the residents of their rights under the code, under the state law, but also any assistance that we would have, we would coordinate through our housing department so that we can identify early on the issues and the situation for each residence in each one of these households and provide any assistance we can through our housing department.
Thank you. That would be great. I just want to make sure that we don't end up with anyone on the street, because I understand it's dangerous to be in this building, but it's also extremely dangerous to be on the street. Other than that, I am supportive. I think it would be extremely, we'd be on the hook, I guess, to know that it's a dangerous place for people to live and to allow people to continue to be there. Thank you.
Are there any other council comments? Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say great job to code enforcement because I want to say that because we've been working together for a very long time with MIN, with City Manager, with SAPD. So this has been an area of focus for us. We've had multiple meetings. And I just want to say that I'm supportive of this, but I also understand the comment of Councilmember Vasquez and Councilmember Fan. I think we understand, like, people are not going to be kicked out tomorrow, but we want to see some sort of game plan in place where we're going to reach out to them, in English and Spanish, whatever language it is that folks occupying these units are in. And ultimately for me in this part of town, we have so many folks in the street already that we don't want to add to that because that causes, issues that means we're adding to the homelessness issue here in the city of Santa Ana. So yes, I'm very supportive of making sure that we're working with the property owners so that these are safe, inhabitable places. But we also understand that people are currently living in those units right now, specifically in the East First Street. And so we want to make sure that they understand this is coming. How can you prepare for this? What are your options? What are the resources that the city has in place? Because we don't want people living in their cars. We don't want people living in the streets. So again, thank you for all the work that you're doing. Specifically in my area, I know that we've done a lot of good things, and we have a lot more work to do. And so thank you.
Councilman Vasquez?
Thank you for that presentation. I'm really relieved. But can we get a timeline for the renters of what kind of help they might get from the city, and also the owners of the property that before we enforce anything of taking receivership, if we're going to work with them?
Absolutely, understanding that the residency and having housing, a safe and decent housing for either the current tenant of these locations require that we would work with them for a relocation plan prior to us taking actions and proceeding with either the receivership action or the public nuisance. So I will work with our code staff as well as our housing staff to ensure that we have a plan in place to address the relocation prior to the city proceeding with any further actions that would go down the path of receivership and nuisance abatement. However, we will work with the property owner as soon as this item is approved to provide them with notification so that we can hopefully work on voluntary compliance instead of having to take the actions that we're proposing tonight.
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Amezcua. I just want to first and foremost thank Alvaro and City Attorney's Office and Min, your entire department, code enforcement, for bringing this item forward. I know that there's multiple properties on this list that are in Ward 6. There's one in the Delhi neighborhood, there's one in the Memorial Park neighborhood, and the one on East First Street is along the Ward 3, Ward 6 border, which have all been really problematic for the areas. I heard somebody, one of the speakers talk about, COVID, how this is a result of COVID, but, COVID's been here for 2.5 years. I've lived in the city my entire life, and many of those properties on Flower Street have looked like that for over a decade. So it's complete negligence on wherever it started. It's unfortunate, but this is causing, it's a ripple effect that's existed in these neighborhoods. I want to point out one of the property on Berkeley Street is a couple streets from my house. And the resident to the left, her name's Teresa, and I hope she's not watching because I just threw her under the bus. But, she flagged me down as I was walking Jack's a couple months ago. It was earlier in the summer. And she was like, hey, what's with this property right next door to her? My kid has special needs. Her other daughter has other issues, and there's a lot of young children in the house, and she took me into her backyard. The stench coming from that house on Berkeley was unbearable. The animals, the bugs, they've seen snakes crawling up this cinder block wall because of shrubbery that has grown over the height of the house. You're talking the entire backyard. It's a forest. There's a lot. You can't see inside. The entire house is covered in ivy. I mean, it is a mess, and the stench was unbearable. And there are children living in these neighborhoods up against these homes, surrounding in the front, in the back, to the sides, and they're having to deal with this abandoned, what looks like an abandoned home, and that brings it's a broken window theory, and it's a magnet for other problems. So I hope that this sends a message. I'm very supportive of the item to other property owners in the city, whether it's residential, whether it's commercial, that, we beefed up our code enforcement team for a reason. Last year, we added almost 10 bodies to our code enforcement team for this purpose, because there are a lot of out-of-state owners that own residential properties, commercial, that are just, showing pure negligence and are causing lots of problems in these neighborhoods with, especially that property on First Street. I mean, that is, if we could reach in there and offer the people in there that are most likely using it as as a drug house, hey, we're gonna offer you another place to do drugs because that's what's happening on that East First property. And that is evident by just seeing the numerous police calls, numerous reports from the city attorney's office. So thank you, code enforcement team, very supportive of this item, and I wanna see more of these come before us because there's lots of properties out there, again, commercial and residential, that need this type of attention from the city and action. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mesquad. So first and foremost, there's no excuse for any resident to live in the conditions that you showed us, man. I mean, the pictures speak for themselves. It's disgusting. To even say, well, it's maybe a little bit better than being outside, I don't know. Catching black lung, you may not catch black lung outside, but from some of those pictures, you sure will. So as we're talking about where we're at today, you've come before the councilman asking us to give you the permission to proceed with this receivership. So I imagine you didn't go out there, or Alvaro didn't go out there, give him a $50 ticket, and then come into your office the next day and say, you know what we need to do, man? We need to go take the property. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, is that not how the process works? Like, you don't just go from the initial citation and then catapult yourself all the way up to a receivership, correct?
That's correct. There's a due process that we follow.
So there's a couple more steps in between, right?
Correct.
Just a few?
A number of steps and time frame as well.
Okay, so it's not like somebody, got a ticket and then a couple days later they're going, oh my God, my property is going to be taken into receivership.
To give you an example, for a property to go from $50 to $2,800 requires a number of citations and notification and documentation and inspections by our staff in code enforcement on the property, and very often office conference with the property owner as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think that your staff, from what you've just described, obviously works with these property owners. There are numerous opportunities for them to correct these deplorable conditions. One thing I'm very curious about in seeing these conditions, how many of these properties are eligible to be red tagged? I mean, because I look at some of them and it's not just from the filth standpoint that I wouldn't want to walk in there, but it looks like if I sneezed, the whole thing might fall apart. So help me understand why we're even talking about this. Why haven't these things been red tagged, at least some of them on there?
I think we are very aware of the situation of the properties and the tenants that are living in these homes. Our goal always is for volunteer compliance. However, as I mentioned, in worst cases, the worst of the worst, this is when we take actions to take receivership of the property so that we can guide the compliance, or go through the court system to initiate a court order nuisance abatement. We have ran out of strategies. Some of these properties have included red tagging, as you saw in the picture.
Yeah, I was going to say, because seeing those, I mean, if given the opportunity to place somebody in those units, nobody in their right mind would do that, right? Because they are terrible, they are filthy, they are dangerous. So when we talk about receivership, couldn't, as we get to that point, wouldn't the receiver be possibly, I guess they could take responsibility for relocating the tenant, right? I mean, couldn't they take on that action?
They would, but I think based on the city council's direction tonight, we will also work with our staff and our housing department, as I mentioned, to provide a wraparound plan to work with the tenants, if they're not the owner of the building, to find them appropriate housing prior to city initiating these type of actions. Again, our goal is to really look for voluntary compliance, and that is going to be our primary objective. We want the ability, because of the current standard and conditions of the housing and the properties, that we need to have this ability to take these actions to incentivize the property owner to come to the table and work with us for voluntary compliance.
Well, and given the process that you and your staff have to go through, it's not a simple process. So it's not, again, something that I believe you and your team are jumping, wanting to jump into, right? In other words, voluntary compliance is absolutely the best outcome. Going through this entire circus is not the optimal outcome. So I appreciate what you're saying. And one thing I want to thank Councilmember Pham for bringing up, the fact that we had this discussion, and because of the property on 4th Street that was red tagged, and the property owner put their lives in danger. I mean, put their lives in danger. One fire, you would have had multiple fatalities. And for that property owner, who my understanding was trying to get off on the cheap to relocate people, giving them, not even a week's worth of rent, let alone a month or multiple months, or relocation costs or anything. And I can't imagine that's the only time that someone in the city has tried to do that. And so my hope at that time when we were having that discussion, Councilmember Fan, was to bring back more punitive measures to these scofflaw landlords so that they would have to pay because they are endangering people. This isn't, the items that are before us today, this isn't the pretty police coming in and saying, oh gosh, you didn't paint your house again, and you've got some chips on the beams or something. These are deplorable, unsafe, dangerous conditions. So, Min, Alvaro, I want to thank you guys for all the work that you've done on this. Again, I hope we do see more voluntary compliance. I hope that some of these scofflaw landlords see what has come forward tonight, and I hope they say, oh, maybe we should clean up our act. But in the event that they don't, I'm pleased to see that you guys are exercising what's available to you. And if need be, I look forward to you bringing more of these back so that our residents don't have to live in dirty, dangerous conditions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Becerra. If there are no other comments, Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. First and foremost, Director Mintai, thank you for the presentation, sir. And thank you to code enforcement for the work that you guys are doing in our city. I share similar feelings, and I'm thankful that you guys are proactively ensuring that any tenant in the city of Santa Ana is living in the highest standard of housing, ensuring that the city of Santa Ana's dollars are doing what they were tasked to do, and that is protect the resident. I do have some concerns on how we can do that. My question to you, Director Mintai, is what occurs after the repairs are made with the tenant and the property owner?
If you're talking about the status of their rental outcome and the corrections, it varies. There are times when the tenant would relocate and then come back. Or there are times when the tenant would relocate and permanently stay in the new housing, and the owner, after compliance, would be able to rent out to new tenants. But the goal, again, is to, based on the council direction tonight, is to ensure that we have an answer to both questions when we do decide to execute and prosecute the tools that we have.
Absolutely. I think that it is the utmost important that should these should these properties be under the recommendation of our staff of receivership, I would like to see that the current tenants, that they're offered first refusal, dependent upon the landlord. If they are looking to sell, I would like to see that the tenant has the first refusal. And I would also like to see that when these repairs are made, that the tenant has the first right to be able to lease that property again. It is extremely important that we don't contribute to the crisis that we have in California of people experiencing homelessness. So it is of extreme importance to me and residents in Ward 5. Many of these properties are in Ward 5, and there are three off the bat: 1502 North Flower, 1516 North Flower, 1522, and 1615 North Broadway. So I would like to see that that these tenants have relocation assistance, ample relocation assistance, and I would also like to see if there is the possibility for any of these properties for us to take a look at if there are multiple homes owned by, for instance, a corporation. I would like to see that they also assist in relocation and in housing the tenant throughout the construction or repairs. So that is some direction I would like to share. Director Mintai, I did have a question for you on 1502 North Flower Street. This one is owned by, and it says the relationship here. It states the statement of conditions, substandard health and safety conditions, violations. This historic GW Ross House residential dwelling unit currently has several broken and boarded up windows preventing fire escape. I think that is an absolute concern that needs to be addressed immediately. I don't know if receivership is the right move in this case, since broken windows and boarded up windows are something that can easily be fixed by a landlord or a property owner. I'm a property owner myself, and sometimes things like that happen. But I don't know if I would agree that it is at the level of other properties. That is the one property where I am in a small disagreement with you guys, Director Mintai. I think that I wanted to know, for 1502 North Flower, were we having any issues getting in contact with the owner of the property? Were they not responsive?
It's one of 4 properties on this list that are belonging to the same owners, and I believe the owner were represented today by Ms. Mitchell.
Yes, Ms. Mitchell.
So it's a pattern of the lack of compliance, and while we continue with our enforcement process, we have not been successful in gaining voluntary compliance.
Okay.
I would say that, is this a condition that we would potentially consider not pursuing a red tag or an abatement process as such? However, there is a pattern here of the property owners not taking the corrective actions necessary to address these life safety conditions. And therefore, we would request the ability to have authorization to take these actions should we choose to. Again, I want to impress upon the council that our goal is for voluntary compliance, and we use this as a stick in place of and provide a carrot for the property owner and as incentive to take compliance action.
Thank you, Director Mintai. Lastly, my direction that I would like to see, and are you going to be looking for a motion or a vote today from us?
That's correct.
Okay. My motion would be to return to the council with a plan for housing assistance and relocation assistance for the residents. That is my motion on the floor. I am supportive of the receivership recommendation, Director Mintai, but I do not see adequate plans in place to ensure further displacement, unless you can give me reassurance that there is a plan in.
I think each situation is unique, and as we work with each property, based on understanding the unique situation of the tenant and of the owner, we will be able to commit to working with our housing department on developing a relocation plan as required under state law, but also to look for local assistance, working with local resources to ensure that we have a relocation plan prior to us executing an action and looking for receivership or an abatement nuisance. So that is our commitment. If you authorize us to do that tonight, part of your motion would be for us to make sure those mechanisms are in place before we execute these actions.
That's good to know, and that provides me the reassurance I was looking for. Ultimately, I didn't want us to move forward with receivership and then figure things out as they go. Knowing that you guys do have plans in place, that is something that I was concerned about. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Becerra?
So I'm going to go ahead and move that we authorize the filing and prosecution of the receivership petitions against the owners of all these properties. And the council's authorization would be to have staff develop and have in place relocation plans based on the individual property owner and property tenant situations.
I'll second.
By Councilman Penalosa. Clarification? Yes.
When you say all properties, you do not mean the Logan property, correct?
If you need to go, you need to go.
You want
We're doing all of them.
Well, no, if Councilmember Fan needs to recuse herself on that one, can that be just noted for the record and separated?
That's
fine.
Because I know that there was,
No, I'm not going to ask any questions.
okay, I wasn't sure if people
That
were
way
going
we
to
don't-
discuss it.
No, but does she
Yeah.
need to step off the dais while we vote on the others?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, so then I'll amend my motion to have all but the Logan property for now.
And then we'll come back and vote on the Logan.
Correct.
Okay, so let's prepare to vote, please. And what we are voting on is all of the properties with the exception of Logan, and then we'll vote on Logan afterwards. Let's vote. Did everyone vote?
My screen hasn't changed. It's still on from the,
Would you voice your vote and we can add it on here?
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
Would you voice your vote, Councilmember Peñalosa, and we can
Yes.
add on it?
The motion passes 7, all 7 of us vote, so
Madam Mayor, well, Councilmember Fan's leaving. I'll go ahead and make the same motion, but for the Logan property.
I'll second.
great, thank you. Seconded by Councilman Hernandez. Let's prepare to vote. And this is for the property at 1027 North Logan Street in Santa Ana, 92701. And I also would like to thank the staff for all the work that you have done to bring this forward. So thank you all very much.
For this item, can we please do a roll call vote? We're having.
Yes, sure.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
just for Michaela, yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua.
Yes,
Motion passes 601.
great, thank you. Go to item 30, please.
Are we doing items 11 and 12 as well?
Council comments on item 30.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. So this item 30, this is in regards to the reduced home occupation permit fees. I really just wanted to commend staff for doing this. So this was something that was, is kind of a byproduct of something that I've been harping on, which was our certificate of occupancy fees that were so out of whack and that were expensive. And staff did an amazing job at prior meetings bringing it back with the multi-tier setup for the fees. And I really appreciate this coming back because I think especially we saw during COVID how many folks were working from home and how many businesses were proliferating. And yet, rather than have people operate, out of compliance, this is a chance to bring folks into compliance and ensure that they're operating in a way that doesn't have negative impacts to their neighbors. And so again, I appreciate the fact that this fee, is being dropped by almost $270. So thank you, Min, thank you, City Manager, for this. And so I'll go ahead and move this item.
I'll second.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank staff for bringing this forth. This is reducing the permit fee from $320 to $50. And so I know this is going to help a lot of small businesses, a lot of entrepreneurs in our city. And so I'm really happy to support this item. This is something that I actually had added to the agenda during my first year. And so I'm really happy that staff has worked this entire time to bring this forth. And good luck to all of the businesses that are going to take this plunge and explore this path. So thank you.
Any other council comments?
I want to start a side hustle now.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to start a side hustle now. It's $50. Let's go.
We're going to start a business, right? All right. Councilman Vasquez, please.
I really appreciate this work that's being done and lowering the permits, and I know that helps to social justice, economically, people are able to make money from home. What I'd like to see in the future is hopefully we get more yard sales, maybe every once a month on the first Saturday. I know many families that rely on it, many folks on unlimited funds rely on yard sales, especially as I see them in a walkthrough Ward 2, and I'm hoping we could move it to, in the future, have a yard sales, at least one on a monthly basis on the first Saturday.
Thank you. Any other comments? Council?
Yes, wonderful job, staff, fully supportive of the item. And for a later date, you better bring back that garage sale idea. I like that. But nonetheless, I'm very happy about this, guys, and looking forward to supporting it.
Thank you. There was a motion and there was a second. Let's prepare to vote.
Yes.
We're good?
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you. Item 31, please. Adopt a resolution amending the city's basic classification and compensation plan in response to the state's increased minimum wage rate.
Yes.
Councilor Penaloza?
Thank you, Mayor. I went ahead and pulled this item. Madam City Manager, if you recall, when we had our agenda briefing, I brought this up. Agenda 31, as the mayor mentioned, this to adopt a resolution amending and reestablishing the city's basic classification and compensation plan to ensure the city complies with the new California minimum wage rate of $15.50 going into effect January 1st, 2023. The reason why I pulled it, Madam City Manager, is because I was looking at the exhibit that's attached to the staff report, and I noticed that some of the positions that have this minimum wage or starting minimum wage here at the city are park maintenance aide, human resource clerical aide, law clerk, police cadet, student intern. And I was driving down Bristol Street and I noticed the McDonald's on 17th Street and Bristol across from Santa Ana College was advertising a starting pay of $17.25. I almost pulled in and applied because I was like, oh, shoot, that's 17 bucks an hour for working on McDonald's. That's unheard of. Because I know right now it is an employee's market. So I was going to suggest and see maybe our city attorney could chime in if we could change this so that it's not $15.50 and it's at least, I'm comfortable at least starting our minimum wage across the board for any new employee at least $16.50 an hour versus $15.50 an hour, because to see that the McDonald's down the street is going to start them off at $2 more than the city would, and to be a law clerk here in the city, you'll get paid less than if you worked on McDonald's. I mean, that's embarrassing, and that, I think it could help us hire good talent. It's all the part-timers are mainly Santa Ana residents, so I would love to say, that we're not a city or an agency that starts employees at $15.50, but at $16.50, which is not a lot, but I want to be conscious of our budget as well. And I understand that there aren't many positions that are part-timers, so it shouldn't cause a big thing in our budget. But is that something that is financially feasible, Madam City Manager?
Yes, Councilmember Penaloza, there are, I believe, 6 or 7 incumbents, so it's very financially feasible to do. There are 2 of the classifications that are represented, the rest are unrepresented, so we can make an immediate change to the unrepresented. For those that are represented, we would need to meet and confer with the labor organization.
Well, I'll support that 100%.
Okay, well, I will make a motion to those that aren't represented to make it $16.50.
The starting above the starting range?
Yeah.
Okay.
To make that starting range $16.50, which is $1 above the state minimum wage, and it's still $1 behind McDonald's on Bristol and 17th. So I mean, maybe we could come back at a later date to match. Not that we're going to match McDonald's, but look at what other local jobs in the city are paying. It just makes sense. It's a lot of the local residents that are applying for these positions, and I'd like them to be compensated. So that's my motion.
And I'll second, don't drive by In-N-Out, because I think they get paid more than that.
They start at like 22, I saw that.
Right, so.
That's my plan B. So are you wording your motion, Councilmember Penaloza, to amend the resolution to include the starting rate for the unrepresented classifications to $16.50 and
Yes,
still moving forward with the adoption of the resolution?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I'll second it. And do we need a vote on that one, please? And Madam City Manager, those that are represented, you'll get back to us regarding.
For those that are represented, we will still move forward with the state minimum wage because state code would trump any of the MOU terms. So those will be adjusted to the state minimum wage.
Perfect.
Councilmember Hernandez, can you please vote?
Yes.
I believe we covered all the items that were pulled. I had 11 and 12 here, but did somebody pull 11 and 12?
I did.
You did, I'm sorry.
I did.
You pulled a whole bunch tonight, huh?
I did.
All right, let's go to 11.
11 should be real quick. I just wanted to make sure with staff, as I was reading the staff report, you guys talked about gathering community input, and you guys typically do a good job, but I just want to emphasize that I would like to see you guys go out to each of the wards when you do your community input gathering sessions. So
Duly noted.
that's all. And is that a receive and file, or do we?
No, you're approving our budget calendar, so we would like.
So I'll move the item then.
Thank you. Before we do that, I'd like to also piggyback on that. Before you bring it back, I wouldn't even vote on it, me personally, until I know that you've met with everybody, all the city, all the neighborhoods, and all the people that want to hear about our budget. It's very important that they have a voice. So thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's prepare to vote.
I just
Is there a problem?
hit yes. Is it popping up? It did, right? Okay.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you. Item 12, approve the annual calendar of regular city council meetings for 2023. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Mayor Mesquith. So on this one, I noticed in looking at the proposed meeting schedule, so the first council meeting in September falls on the day immediately after Labor Day. And so what I wanted to throw out as a possibility for my colleagues is because in August, I think if we were to space out the meetings adequately, we would have potentially a meeting on Tuesday, August 29th, which would be 2 weeks after our regular second meeting that's scheduled in August, which would be August 15th. The rest of the calendar looked fine to me, but just for the sake of trying to keep business going and the fact that I think it'd probably be really difficult for everybody to try to come back to a meeting immediately after Labor Day, but knowing that we would probably have business to conduct, my suggestion was to possibly have a meeting scheduled for Tuesday, August 29th.
If there are no, I'm sorry, Councilman Takai, go ahead. Okay.
I'm totally cool with that. My only question, and it's maybe directed at people with little humans, because I know a lot of staff have children, and that's kind of the time they take vacation, because it's a 2-week summer block. But otherwise, I'm okay with it because I don't have kids. I just wanted to raise it as a concern. I don't know if anyone else has a problem at all.
That would mean that we have a meeting on the 29th and then we come back the following week on the 5th?
No, we wouldn't have a
cancel
meeting
the
on the
5th.
5th.
Oh, you want to cancel the 5th?
Correct.
Just move it.
We would only have a meeting on the 19th, what you're asking.
Oh, but I guess school might already start for a bunch of people in August, huh?
There you go.
Ah, okay, never mind.
Does that
I
work
take
for
it back.
everybody if there's no opposition?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to recommend moving our meeting that we have for January 3rd. In the month of December, we would have met on I believe, the 10th, the 20th, and then now on January 3rd. I would like to see if there is a consensus for anybody here on this dais who would like to move the meeting that we have for the month of January.
It looks like January 3rd's crossed out.
Oh, okay, it is crossed out.
So we
It's
don't,
still on my
it's kind of confusing, but we don't have one scheduled for, correct?
Correct. So for clarification purposes, for the city clerk's office, what I'm hearing is you do agree with her recommendation on canceling the meeting on January 3rd and the council meeting that occurs on the 4th of July, which is a holiday and city offices are closed. And then in addition to that, it is being recommended that the meeting that would occur on September 5th is not held, but instead is held the week before on August 29th. So in the month of August, you would have a meeting on the 1st, the 15th, and the 29th.
That is correct. No other comments? Opposition?
So moved.
So moved. Second?
I'll second.
Is there an interest for the month of July, colleagues, before we take a vote?
What?
To move our meeting from August to July?
Well, in July, we have the 4th of July holiday.
Okay.
So then, I mean, whatever you guys want to do, but it would, looks like it's on the 18th. The other 2 Mondays would put us back to, other two Tuesdays would put us back to back.
Yes, I know it would leave us back to back. I know we have a pretty busy month of August. The Chicano Heritage Festival takes place the last Sunday of that month, and I would hate to see our staff on fumes to get us to this council meeting. So just wanted to open it up so that everybody can indulge and take that into account. I am fully supportive if you guys want to do that. I know it'll be a busy month of August, but just wanted to fill this room out and see where you guys are at.
We love being busy.
All right, all right.
I would like to inform you that if you are doing a council meeting on a day other than the first and the third Tuesday of the month, we would have to agendize it as a special council meeting. And then there are some items that you'd be prohibited from putting on the agenda
Well, you'll be
if
sure
it's
to
a
let us
special.
know. Everybody's okay with that? There's no comments? You made a motion?
I did.
There was a second? Let's prepare to vote.
So for clarification, are we doing back-to-back in July and only, okay.
So July 18th, August 1st, 15th, and 29th, and September 19th. And then January 3rd at the top is canceled as well.
Got it.
We're good? All
Yeah,
right.
that'll work, that'll work.
Okay, let's prepare to vote, please. Thank you.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I can't.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you so very much. Okay, so now we're going to go on to public hearing at this time. Before the public hearing,
So I don't believe we have covered the business calendar.
did we not cover that? Oh, thank you. We're now entering the business calendar. Any,
We are on item number 38, the biannual review and appointment of regional board representatives. And tonight, council is considering recommended action 1 to review the regional board appointment list and appoint members and alternates to serve as representatives to various outside agencies through December 2024, or specific terms were noted.
so this is my first time doing this, as we all know. So I'll go down the line as far as if we want to stay where we are. I know the Mayor Pro Tem sits on the OCTA board. So thank you. It's a lot of work and a lot of responsibility there. I would like to replace Nalita on the Orange County Water District Board. Councilman Hernandez?
I'd like to stay on the sanitation district, and I know there is an opening in the vector control that will be vacant as well in the month of January, so I do have an interest there.
You'd like to, you're interested in that one?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
If I can make a point of clarification, the vector control is, the term is through January of 2024 with former council member Nelita Mendoza as the representative.
I see.
Yeah, there's a special provision in the law when the vector control boards were created. They said that members of those boards did not automatically change with their membership on city councils. So often it's a case that when you have a change of membership on city councils, you reappoint, as Mayor just mentioned, with respect to the water district, for example, but that does not apply to the vector control. So those individuals will continue to serve their term even though they weren't elected to council.
Perfect, thank you. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Well, I wanted to congratulate Councilmember Lopez on being appointed to OCTA. I know that's going to be a heavy lift for anybody in that position. And so I would like to express my interest in succeeding Councilmember Lopez as our city's rep to the Orange County Fire Authority.
All right, thank you. Councilman Fan.
First, I'd like to state my recusal for the discussion and vote for the representative for the Orange County Water District, as that is a client of my employer, Rattan & Tucker. So I will leave when you talk about that item. But otherwise, I would love to stay on the Metropolitan Water District Board. I've learned a lot since I've been there. It's been a wild ride, but with everything that's going on in the country right now with our drought, we have a lot of work to do, and I'm excited to stay on if given the opportunity. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Becerra. I'm sorry, Penalosa, I apologize. I know, can you all switch seats, please? I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to respectfully ask my colleagues to, if I could, I'm interested in remaining as the Transportation Corridor Agency representative. I know that I am also on the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, but if anybody else is willing to serve in that one, I'm happy to turn it over, but I'm happy to continue serving in it as well.
Great, thank you. Councilman Vasquez.
Thank you. I would like to do the alternate for the Sanitation Commission
You'd like to be placed on alternate
and also for the housing.
for the Orange County Housing Finance Trust?
Yes.
And then Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Really quick, just Councilmember Vasquez, just to inform you, that one meets at, I think, 10 a.m. on Wednesdays. I think it's like once a month. Just
How many times a month?
Twice a month
Twice. Do you want to do it?
at
Twice.
10 a.m.
Once
Okay,
a month.
then I'll recuse myself from that one. It's a lot of missing.
It actually says every 2 months or it's called. So do you want to remain on
It's
there? and see
usually
if they call
monthly,
you?
but it's Wednesdays at 10 a.m.
I'll recuse myself and
You want to stay until they call you? And you can find out?
I'll I'll recuse myself from that
Okay.
one. I don't want to miss too much school.
All right, Councilman Penalosa, then unless that's Mayor Pro Tem, you can go to Mayor Pro Tem. Can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yes, I was recently appointed to OCTA to serve one term, and I'm happy to serve on the Housing Trust Board as well.
On the housing, perfect. Does that work for you, Councilman Penalosa?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Perfect, so what I have here, if I can, you want to read it out? Norma, or would you like me to do it?
Can we go, I have a list, can we vote as we go down?
Can you start from the top?
Yes, for Metropolitan Water District, I have Councilmember Fan.
That's correct.
Would we like to take a vote on each one or just go down the
I'm
list?
okay with voting for the whole thing unless you want to do individually. Are you guys okay voting with the whole? All right, let's do the whole thing.
For Orange County Fire Authority, Councilmember Becerra. Orange County Housing Finance Trust, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. I missed the OC Sanitation District. I did catch the alternate as Councilmember Vasquez. Would that be?
Councilman Hernandez will remain?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
And Mayor Mesqua for Orange County Water District.
That's correct.
Southern California Association of Governments, I missed that one.
We did not get, unless Councilman Becerra wants to be,
Oh, no, I'd be happy to, in fact, Councilmember Vasquez, if you want to take that.
would you like to take that one, Councilman Vasquez?
Which one is it?
Southern California Association of Governments, called SCAG. It's actually
It's our
What I hear
re-
pretty interesting.
It's our regional MPO, and you can, you can meet remotely, so.
Oh, that sounds good. Let's.
You want to do
Yes.
that?
Yes, I'll take it.
Perfect.
And just real quick, Councilmember Vasquez, it's a package deal, so you get SCAG and OCOG, but you could do both remotely.
Nice.
Well, if he's gonna.
That was a great setup.
Oh, wait, there was more.
But wait, there's more, because on the sanitation district, we also have the Santa Ana River Flood Protection Agency.
Which you're on.
Yes, so we'll be joining and doing a lot of good work together. The good thing is it's remote and good board of directors.
Awesome.
Bless you.
Glad to serve.
So, all right, you got that one. SCAG
Thank
and
you.
the Orange County Council of Governments Board of Directors.
And I just want to confirm that's okay, because I know we had talked about mornings, and that's also a morning meeting, that's all.
Well, they may be able to work it out. We want to put you on something. Perfect. Okay, great.
And I have for Transportation Corridor Agencies, Councilmember Peñalosa.
That's correct.
Correct.
And I didn't catch if we had an alternate for that one.
You need an alternate, Councilman Pelosi?
I never miss, but if anyone is, I mean, you never know.
I'll take the
Anybody?
alternate if he,
Okay.
if he misses. If he misses, then I'm gonna go
Mayor
find him at
Amesqua?
home. Find out why he's missing.
And I believe those are all.
Perfect. Let's get prepared. Let's prepare to vote, please.
Can I make
Any
a,
questions? Yes.
may I make a motion to approve all of them except for OC Water District, and then I'll leave the room when you
I'll
vote on them?
second.
Thank you.
Okay, let's prepare to vote. There's no other comments? Mine's not working.
Yeah, mine's still waiting.
Oh, I got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can we repeat who motioned and who seconded?
Councilmember Fan motioned, and I seconded Councilmember Peñalosa.
And then we're going to vote separately on the Orange County Water District.
Councilmember Becerra?
Councilman
Oh,
Becerra?
there it is. Okay. Got a big green circle on my screen.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Now, I'll make a motion to approve the appointments to the Orange County Water District.
I'll second that.
Let's prepare to vote. If there's no comments, questions?
Can we do that one as a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
And Mayor Amesqua?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Great, thank you.
Point
Looks
of
like here that,
clarification, Mayor. Clerk, did you want to note the recusal of Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
The record.
I'm sorry, motion passes 6-0-1 with the recusal of Councilmember Fan.
Thank you.
great, let's move on now. To the next item is 39.
Mayor, we do have a brief presentation prepared if you would like it.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So Executive Director Mintai of Planning and Building.
The request action tonight before the City Council is to adopt an urgency ordinance by two-thirds vote, amending the various section of Chapter 41 of the Municipal Code to address three specific current and immediate threats to public health, safety, and welfare due to the absence of regulations to specifically regulate noxious use within the city when located in proximity to sensitive land uses, the absence of clear definition defining and characterizing the various professional and administrative as well as medical and non-medical land uses in the professional zoning district, including regulations to minimize the impacts to the built environment, as well as the absence of standard for construction of electric fences for protection of private property as an allowable construction under the state law. Pursuant to SB 1000, the city was required to address environmental justice and general plan as part of the general plan update. The recently adopted general plan includes numerous goals and policy and implementation actions that were developed in collaboration with the community to address environmental issues that residents face on a daily basis. The proposed adoption will allow the immediate implementation of regulations to address the impacts of noxious land uses already existing in the built environment, as well as future uses where none exist today, and will enable the city to enforce on violators of environmental regulations and requiring appropriate land use corrective actions. The absence of clear definition defining and characterizing the various unique professional, administrative, as well as medical and non-medical land uses inhibits the city's ability to apply appropriate land use requirements and applicable regulatory tools to permit, license, as well as regulating the continually changing medical, professional, and service industries and their impacts also to the built environment. The need is urgent and will continue the city will continue to receive a high rate of appeals regarding our decision and the permitting process to these type of administrative land uses within the P zoning. Lastly, there have been near daily police and code enforcement related incidents regarding transient populations, trespassing and causing damage to private non-residential properties abutting railroad rights of way in the city. The option and development standard for the installation of electric fencing type on private property to determine if this type of activities would be needed to help property owner to protect and enjoy the use of their properties. The proposed urgency ordinance will implement a clear and consistent regulatory framework for requiring a conditional use permit for establishing and operating businesses that require a permit to either handle, store, emit, or discharge regulated compounds, materials, or chemical to be reviewed under a conditional use permit process, as well as addressing non-conforming businesses when ownership change, as including repeated violators of environmental regulations. It will also update the definition section of the zoning code to clearly define counseling services, medical offices, professional business, and administrative office uses, and update the permitted use section of the various zoning code, such as the PEC1 and the various commercial zones, to provide consistent use of these terms throughout the code so that it can be equally applied in different zoning districts of the city. The ordinance will also establish a conditional use permit process for reviewing permitted medical offices operated by government, government subsidized or nonprofit or philanthropical entities in the professional zones. And finally, the ordinance will establish a design land use standard to permit electric fences in the industrial zoning district only on properties abutting railroad right-of-ways, subject to issuance of a minor exception and compliance with our development and design standards. The absence of these regulations present a clear threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. It also had adverse impact on the existing community, as well as negatively impacting property values, building, and fire safety. The changes are consistent with our recently adopted general plan policy on compatibility between land uses, environmental justice goals, as well as maintaining a diverse economic base. The adoption of the ordinance is exempt from CEQA requirements pursuant to CEQA sections 15061B, 3, as well as B5, because it will not result in a directly or reasonable foreseeable indirect physical change to the environment. The notice of exemption will be filed upon the adoption of this ordinance. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council approving the zoning ordinance amendment as an urgency ordinance by 2/3 vote to amend the various section of Chapter 41 of the Santa Municipal Code. If adopted tonight, these regulations will immediately become effective, and we can start implementing the regulations throughout the city. That concludes my staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions with council? Yes.
First of all, thank you so much. I was actually driving down Fairview when I was thinking about electric fences before I saw this item on the agenda, which isn't abutting a railroad, but that's actually something I wanted to ask about, and maybe it's Madam City Attorney or Director Tai. One of the concerns we have a lot, is not just the properties abutting the railroads, but the properties abutting the channels. If you're looking on Fairview, right, we have the Greenfield Channel, all of those properties right above, right there, even with the awesome new fencing, thanks Nabil, and the investments we put in there, we still do get trespassers, right? Because a fence is a deterrence, but it is not a guarantee. People still climb over it, they dig under it. I've seen videos and photos. So I wanted to know if we can expand that allowance to properties abutting these public channels. I mean, you know, it's not a high traffic area. The only people who would be in that area are those who are actually trespassing.
I have been informed by our city manager that some of those properties are actually potentially city-owned or government-owned, and we would have the ability to implement these type of fencing without having to comply with our existing fencing requirement if the city chooses to exercise that option.
Okay, so I get that, right? But obviously, we as the government move slowly when we can. We just invested, you know, 6 figures in adding new fencing, and then in order to upgrade them to have electric fencing, that's whatever the additional monies are. We're talking about our budget and whatnot. I guess I would just like to give these residents an opportunity to protect their own property, because I get emails all the time about individuals climbing over the fences, climbing over the walls, going into their homes or their backyards, breaking in, you know, leaving trash, vandalism, whatever the case might be, and there's nothing they can do about it. I'll let you deliver.
So, Council Member, I understand exactly your concerns. I would want to take time to explore that, because with industrial properties abutting the railroad tracks, there's very few children in the area. It is industrial properties that are protecting chemicals and other storage of materials. So if you do want us to research the expansion of electric fencing in other areas, particularly in residential areas, I would want to study it a lot more.
Yeah, only those that, you know, abut this type of public property where it's not, you know, the properties are immediately against the wall, and on the other side of the wall is the channel. And so in that case, the only people who are climbing over the wall will be those who are trespassing.
For that one, I believe we could probably, if we have continued problem areas where they keep cutting through the fence and accessing city-owned properties, we could deploy some type of electrical fencing without having it even a part of the ordinance. So I'd be more than happy to explore that possibility as well.
So I will support this item. I will, you know, take staff at the word to explore what this looks like, because at the end of the day, every week or two, we're sending folks out to fix the fencing, to fix the digging, to fix all sorts of stuff. And it's about time that, you know, we don't have that problem. So I will support the item, but hopefully we can keep an eye out on those issues and maybe come back if necessary. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you. The only proposed change that I have for the council is changing the proposed zoning code regulation from 500 feet to 1,000 feet. And correct me if I'm wrong, that might be in par with the CARB recommendation. Do you know off the top of your head, Min?
Mayor Pro Tem, so the 500 feet was directly related to the Air Resources Board recommendation for when to locate residential, which is the most sensitive type of land use along either major corridors or high emission location. Certainly, we can look at options to further extend that distance, but it would require that we look at what is necessary to justify the further distance. As this is an urgency ordinance, we want to make sure that we rely upon substantiated information that are publicly available for our decision-making process, so that it would be legally defensible and could withstand legal challenge.
And did you, I know this is an urgency ordinance, but did you and your team speak with like MPNA, OCEJ, since all of those organizations have been involved heavily?
We did.
And they're fine with the 500 feet?
They support it. They don't necessarily, they would like a longer distance, but they understand the reason why the city staff is going with the 500 feet.
So I support the urgency ordinance because I think it's important to have in place, but I do want you and your staff to research about the 1,000 feet as opposed to the 500 feet.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, I share very similar sentiments, Director Mintai. I had some members of the community reach me with the same exact concern, from 500 to 1,000. So I would like to see our staff do their due diligence in doing more research on that. So that is my direction. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. My question is in relation to the electric fences, especially because we're talking about railroad right-of-way, and in my ward, we have the bike trail adjacent to the railroad right-of-way. So walk me through, as far as the regulations that you're proposing, how will they impact that trail?
This would be for industrial property that are adjacent next to the railroad right-of-way.
So for the private properties, and then
Correct.
And then in concern with Councilmember Phan's comments, you were talking about more city or public-owned properties.
That's correct.
Madam Mayor, is the public hearing closed? No, it's a business item. I'm sorry. No, don't open it, because I'll make the motion that we approve zoning ordinance amendment number 2022-07 and adopt the urgency ordinance to amend the various sections of Chapter 41 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code contained within, and with the addition of Councilmember Lopez's request to further explore expanding that radius beyond the 500 feet.
For a future.
Consideration. No, not as part of this ordinance or this urgency ordinance.
Thank you for clarification.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Before I go around for any final questions, can you give us a timeline when you'll be back with that information, please?
In terms of the 1,000 feet regulations, our goal was to evaluate that as part of the general plan zoning code update process so that we can conduct a more thorough research on increasing that distance, so that not only can we address some of the land uses, but looking at potentially amortizing out some existing land uses. So what we anticipate is that, the zoning ordinance would likely be completed over the next year to year and a half, and that's when we would come back with a longer distance. The proposed urgency ordinance tonight will serve as a gatekeeping mechanism for staff to, on the interim, address some of these existing land uses that are most impacting our residential and sensitive land uses such as park use and schools that are within 500 feet. What we have found is that some of the most immediately adjacent businesses that use these type of noxious uses impact these land uses the most. The additional 1,000 feet would be an additional protection, but again, we would want to substantiate with some credible, substantiated information as to the reason why we would need that extended distance.
City Manager, I'm hearing a year and a half. Is that what we just heard?
So with the implementation of the
Let me finish real quick. So I'm hearing a year and a half. I'm not comfortable with that. Seems like a really long time. I don't know about the rest of the council, but I'd prefer a shorter timeline, please.
What I can do, Madam Mayor, is to separate that issue out from the rest of the
That would be
code
wonderful. I
ordinance
think that's
and
what the
expedite
council's
that
asking.
based on directions tonight.
Yes, I believe that's what the council's asking for. Okay, great. Are there any other comments from any council members? Let's prepare to vote.
I'm sorry, we're missing votes from Councilmember Peñalosa and Fan.
I have it. Green.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you. Item 40, please. Increase transparency with city labor negotiations. Any council comments or questions? Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Do we have a presentation today?
We do, sir. Would you like it?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. I do have some comments, Mayor Mesqua, but I am going to, for the sake of educating the public, I would like to see this presentation. I have not seen it, so I am interested in seeing what we have.
Great, thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Please speak in your mic, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. On October 4th, 2022, the City of Santa Ana City Council directed staff to bring back options in regards to increasing transparency with city labor negotiations, and specifically labor negotiations with the Santa Ana Police Officers Associations. Labor negotiations are governed by the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, Government Code 3500. And in part, Section 3505 states in part that the governing body of the public agency shall meet with the unions and shall meet and confer in good faith regarding wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment. How labor negotiations occur, labor strategy is usually discussed in closed session. From the onset of labor negotiations and throughout the course of labor negotiations, we receive labor strategy and authority from this governing body in closed session, and that strategy or direction is conveyed to the labor unions in private through various negotiations, multiple negotiation sessions. And so, and it's essential, as the city may be negotiating with multiple labor unions simultaneously, it's essential to retain the confidentiality of the city's respective labor strategy. However, there are options to increase transparency with labor negotiations. And with that said, there's 3 options for ongoing and future labor negotiations. So one is to maintain the status quo for conducting labor negotiations, and that specifically we continue to receive direction authority in closed session, and labor negotiations continue to occur in private meetings with the respective labor unions. The second option is to adopt a set of collective bargaining rules between the city and its respective labor unions, in which negotiations would be conducted in an open setting so that members of the public who wish to observe can do so. And the third option is a quasi-modified style labor negotiation in which the city's labor representative would continue to receive direction in closed session, and negotiations would continue to occur with the respective labor unions in private closed meeting negotiation sessions. However, after proposals and costing of said proposals between the respective parties are shared, the city would post those proposals and the costing on the city's website. In regards to option number 2, if the city was to develop proposed rules for conducting labor negotiations in public, we would need to meet and confer with the respective unions on those terms and conditions, and that would be subject to the Myers-Milius-Brown Act and also the impasse procedures. In regards to option 3, the city is not required to meet and confer, and this option could be implemented immediately for current negotiations and also future negotiations. If it is the direction of the council to increase transparency, staff is recommending the adoption of option 3. And with that said, I'll be open for any questions at this time.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. And thank you, Director Mostic, for the presentation today. I was a member of this council when this item was brought forth, and it was brought forth with a great deal of concern. I want to inform the public as to why that concern was there. The city of Santa Ana has 7 governing members, and we have an open session which the public can participate in, and in closed session we have very difficult items to discuss. When those conversations start to become public and the public's trust is eroded, that is unfortunately why this item did come forth to the Santa Ana City Council. It was to ensure that the public's trust was there and that accountability was at the forefront of labor negotiations, something that unfortunately was lacking. And when this item was brought forth, a majority of the council supported it. And at the time, it was Mayor Vicente Sarmiento, Councilmember Ty Viet Fan, myself, and Councilmember Lopez were the majority that supported the transparency. This was not an effort to get in the way of labor negotiations or to disempower workers. It's actually quite the opposite. So I don't see, Director Mostick, the direction of the council being presented to us today at that time. I see something that is covering all labor groups when our recommendation was very specific to one. Now, with that being said, I am supportive of us keeping the status quo because we have been successful and we have been effective in reaching labor strategies and in reaching labor agreements. I don't think that the third model that is being presented is going to be a model that is going to be good for workers, and especially we want to make sure that they're showing up to the table. And I think that this can potentially hurt labor. I do think that the conversation that we're having later today is an important one. I think that if there's any group that is eroding the public's trust, I think that these conversations have to happen the way that they're happening today. But this isn't what we requested with the majority of the council. So I will be recommending to my colleagues today, option 1, to keep the status quo, and that will be my motion on the floor today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Councilman Becerra, any comments?
It's like you're reading my mind. Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. For different reasons, I'll be supporting that motion as well. I would qualify this whole exercise as smoke looking for a fire. There was no there. And I would say that in looking at the staff report, I think the one thing that stuck out to me, and this is very similar to my concerns last time, and that was the fact that in here it says, in Orange County, these proposals include cities like Huntington Beach and Costa Mesa. And no disrespect to those cities, but when I think of our city and our city council's relationship with labor, I don't want to emulate those cities. And so with that, I will go with option 1. I think that for all intents and purposes, what we're trying to accomplish, or what's been trying to be accomplished here, I think what was already said about targeting one group, I think that probably opens us up to lawsuits if we were to go down that path. So I think that, maintaining the protocols, the process that we have today, I think is probably the most prudent way to move forward. And so with that, I'll be supporting option 1. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fenn, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so when this item came forward, it was brought forward because closed session information, according to information and belief, right, was being leaked. That is a crime. That is a violation of the penal code. And it's horrifying to think that all of us colleagues are working together with staff to negotiate in the best interests of our residents and of the city. But information was being leaked to not all, but one union. That was what brought this item forward. It's not about, not negotiating with our friends in labor. It's not about punishing anyone. It was about making sure that as individuals, as council members with a fiduciary duty to represent our residents, that we were on a fair playing field when negotiating these MOUs. That's why I voted in support of the item. I definitely do have concern with the fact that these options are broader than one labor union. Reviewing the staff report, I understand why that's the case. And so, in my personal opinion, I do believe that that issue has been remedied based on recently occurring events. And so I would like to support option 1, which is maintaining the status quo. And I believe this is a receive and file, so I'm not sure if we have to do anything.
It's accepting information and seeking direction, so we would like your direction.
Okay, thank you. Then I will support option 1.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez.
When this was brought up, there were issues of leaking. I was not here, but there was leaks happening on one union. And one union was getting information that the rest had not been given. And there has been actions by this group to circumvent the staff to negotiate their contract. It's not being done in good faith. There is a history before these negotiations of this happening that's in public. And this one group has taken it upon themselves to do as they wish, circumventing our staff to negotiate really a contract that's good for Santa Ana. The contracts that we've had have not been in the best interest of Santa Ana. So this is why this issue has been brought up. This group spent $1 million to have their way on this issue. And I am here regardless of their actions. But I think we have to hold people accountable for not negotiating in good faith.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I was part of the discussion when this item was brought forth earlier, and I explicitly stated, and wrote in my report why I was bringing this item forth, and I was also very specific about the one bargaining unit that we were having issues with at the time, that had not just been a one-time occurrence. As I stated in the report then, you can read it if you want to learn more about the issue. I am not supportive of the recommendations in the staff report because, again, I was very clear about if we're going to move forward with this process, it has to be for the one unit that was, undermining our own bargaining team, right? That had information about staff position, and that was essentially bargaining in bad faith with the city. So that is why that item was brought forth. I think that the city should always confer with our bargaining unions. They are our workers. We should support them. We should hear out their concerns, and we should always work together to have peace with our union, with our bargaining laborers, because they are made up of our workers, folks that live here in the city of Santa Ana. So this is not, and this was not then, smoke looking for fire. This was a genuine concern that members of this council that believe that there should be a equal playing field for all bargaining units happening, and that don't necessarily will say, well, you have information to this, that's fine, you go ahead, but then everybody else should not have the same access to that kind of deal making or information. So that, again, that is why this issue was brought forth a couple months or weeks ago at this point. And again, this was a problem that was brought forth to this council. And as problem solvers, we should be able to have a very hard conversation, a very honest conversation about what are the solutions that we are willing to bring forth to make sure that this doesn't happen, not just this year, but next year and down the line when most of us won't be here on this council. And so again, to staff, I want to thank you for the research that you've done. I'm not happy with the 3 options. I would like to see other options be brought to this council, or before they're even brought, discussed with us. So I will not be supporting, the status quo, because again, in the context of my comments, in the context of why I brought this forth, it was for one bargaining unit. I would not support it, opening it up to all of them. And so I would like to see options for that, for that one bargaining unit. It is my understanding that legally we can, because nothing prohibits us from being able to say, yes, we want to increase transparency, we want to increase communication with the public, and we want to have peace here, in the city of Santa Ana. So those are going to be my initial comments. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may address your dissatisfaction with the item. Staff's recollection of the October meeting, there was not majority direction to bring forth options solely for one union. In fact, I believe it was at that time Mayor Pro Tem Becerra and Councilmember Pham that said if it's good for one, it's good for all of them. So the options that we brought back, we were recommending it would apply to all of them because we did not have majority direction to apply it to one.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just want to reiterate that was not my intent and those were not my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa?
No comments. I will just, I'm supportive of the motion on the floor, and that's it. Thank you.
I do want to clarify, maybe I'm misremembering my own comments, but I do believe I was very specific about one union, because there were comments that those of us who were supporting the item were anti-labor, and that was not the case, because it was specific to the disclosure of confidential information in violation of the penal code in respect to one labor union. I think there's even a Voice of OC article about that. So I do want to state that for the record. So I am supporting the status quo at this time, but I'm not against continuing to look into if we still have additional problems coming back to this. Thank you.
I'm going to support the status quo as well. And I'm new up here, and no, I did not get paid $1 million to win. I've been in this city a very long time as a school board member, as a community member, and I worked my tail off to run and to win. So I will be supporting the status quo, and let's prepare to vote.
Mayor Misko, I think all staff was asking for was direction. As
Okay,
long as we all
great.
gave
So
it
we're
to
going
her.
to continue with the status quo. I believe that was the majority, with the exception of one council member.
So-
Yes, Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, just for clarification, so with the council meeting that this item was initially brought forth, are you saying there wasn't a consensus of the majority then, Madam City Manager?
My recollection is there was a majority for us to return with some options for you to consider. My notes were that there was not a majority to apply it just to a single union. So, I mean, if I made a mistake, I do apologize, but that's what my notes from that meeting said.
I do believe there is a mistake there. I just want the record to stand that I support the status quo because I support our working class, union members that are serving our city. What I don't support is negotiating with our city in bad faith. So I want to be on the record that my support at the dais when this item was originally brought forth was for us to have an isolated discussion on one bargaining group. I do not see that presented today, which is why I'm supporting the status quo. Should there ever be any mishaps that happen, I can assure you that this item would be brought back. Thank you, Madam City Manager. That concludes my comments.
There's no other comments? Yes.
Just for future reference, I want to make sure that I am for the initial. I'm new, it's my first day, and I want to make sure that I'm in support of the initial proposal as presented by Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez.
So Was there a different proposal? I just want, so, and there's confusion because you weren't here and I weren't here, but Councilman Vasquez, so you can let us know.
So it appears that there may be a majority that wants one of these items to apply solely to one union.
No, that's not what it appears. It appears at
Oh.
status quo, and that's what we agreed to up here. So we're going to leave it at that, with the exception of
Okay.
maybe two, the rest of us are status quo. Item number 1.
Okay. May I ask for a vote, just so it can be
Sure.
clear? Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
And just clarification, are we voting on status quo, or are we voting on status quo plus one group?
We're voting on status quo.
Okay. Were you going to propose a vote for one group as well, Madam City Manager? It looked like,
I believe so. Councilmember Vasquez, with his statement, I believe there may be 4 of you that may want to implement one of these options only on one group.
Yes.
So I was just trying to seek clarification on what is the majority direction for.
That's
That's
not
why I
what I
wanted
said.
you to vote, but I believe the
Go ahead,
motion that was raised was status quo.
Councilwoman Taifan?
So I'm happy with the status quo. As I mentioned, I think that recent events have dealt with the leak, in my opinion. And so I'm happy to move on with the status quo. But if we find issues coming back, I would like to revisit this issue. Thank you.
Okay, direction is clear then. So there is a majority support
That's
for
correct.
status quo.
That's correct. Great, thank you. We're going to now go into the public hearing. Madam Clerk? Before hearing the public on item 41, Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public who would like to make a comment on this. And I do have some speaker cards up here.
Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call and would like to make comment for only public hearing item 41, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now.
No speakers on Zoom? Go ahead and I'll pull the speaker cards out.
If you could read on item 41.
Before you begin, I'd like to state my recusal from this item. I believe that Greenlaw Partners, out of an abundance of caution, Greenlaw Partners may be associated with Greenlaw Development, and they are a client of my employer, Rattan & Tucker, and therefore I will leave the dais while you have this fantastic discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You do have them on the line?
Yes, we have one speaker online.
Go ahead.
Did you want to see for staff presentation?
I can't hear you. Thank you. All right. City manager, staff available to make a presentation and answer any questions?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, we do have a presentation, and I'll turn it over to Executive Director Mintai.
Thank you, City Manager. The action before the City Council tonight is to adopt a resolution approval of a zone change of a property, an ordinance for approval of zone change of a property from professional to light industrial, and the denial of 2 appeals. And the denials of 2 appeals of a planning commission approval of conditional use permit for the entitlements of a proposed 91,000 square foot industrial building and the establishment of a warehouse and distribution use. The property is located at 1700 through 1740 East Gary Avenue, immediately adjacent to the east side of the 55 freeway between Dyer Road and Alton Parkway. The recently updated general plan adopted in April of this year designate the properties and the surrounding area as industrial flex with a goal of transitioning the area and fostering new development of flexible industrial spaces that can accommodate a wide range of uses such as research and development, clean manufacturing, warehouse and distribution, and office and flex industrial uses. The property is currently zoned for professional. This zoning classification focuses on professional and office use and became outdated with the adoption of the new general plan and is not compatible as a zoning district for implementing the flex industrial land use designation as currently designated. Furthermore, the general plan identifies the M1 zoning district as the appropriate zoning for the area, and the proposed zone change would be consistent with the general plan adopted in April of this year. The rezoning of the property would incentivize the demolition of 3 existing outdated industrial offices measuring approximately 105,000 square feet, and also will be modernizing the site to accommodate a new 91,000 square foot state-of-the-art industrial building capable of meeting space needs of the current and future industrial uses envisioned by the general plan. The proposed development also offers an integrated office, manufacturing, storage, and distribution capabilities, all within the same building for a vertically integrated or a single-purpose user. In addition to meeting the current development and construction standards, other construction improvements include new site lighting, landscaping, parking and pavement, and public street, sidewalk, and parkway improvements. The site has been designed with a single building capable of accommodating up to 2 separate tenants oriented to face Gary Avenue and the 55 freeway. The delivery area has been tucked behind the building with parking flanking the building along the east and west elevations. In this diagram here, north is facing up. The existing driveway entry at the northwest corner of the site at Gary and Pullman will be maintained and will be designed to provide ingress and egress for all vehicular traffic to the site, including passenger and truck deliveries. A new driveway is proposed at the northeast corner of the site to provide access for passenger vehicles and meeting fire and emergency access requirements. Due to concern raised by neighboring property during the public hearing process and during the outreach process regarding the potential traffic using this new driveway access to the property, the new access and drive aisle along the east side of the building have been designed with height barriers located along key access point indicated in red here on the diagram to limit vehicle movements only to passenger and emergency vehicles and include a minimum 10-foot landscape buffer along the entire perimeter of the site. The project has been designed to meet all development and construction standard of the proposed M1 zoning district. Potential aesthetics and nuisance impacts stemming from the loading activities to the surrounding property have been fully mitigated by orienting and tucking the loading docks behind the building to the rear of the site. The building has also been designed for a flexible range of industrial uses to meet current and anticipate future demands. The approval of a conditional use permit would allow a distribution use on the property and is consistent with the goal and policy of the general plan, encouraging a balance of land uses that are compatible and complementary to implementing the vision of the industrial flex land use designation. To further integrate the project and to minimize the impact to the existing built environment, the Planning Commission also imposed specific conditions to prohibit idling of trucks and on the site as well as the adjacent public roadways, that the site be posted with the 24 hours contact so that if there are incidents, the public as well as the city can reach a contact to address and report issues. Restrict business activity to only take place within the building and not outside. And it also requires any modification necessary to include, for easement that would include parking and emergency access to be recorded prior to the building permit being issued. A hearing to establish hearing process. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on October 22nd of 2022, at which time, after completing its understanding and hearing of the staff report, as well as taking in public comments, and testimony, the condition approved the conditional use permit, and also including the said conditions, and recommended that the city council approve the zone change. Subsequent to this decision of October 10th, the city received 2 appeal applications filed against the project, appealing the planning commission approval of the conditional use permit. The appeals asserted that the project required the preparation of a full environmental impact report in place of the CEQA exemption under section 15183 of CEQA guidelines. The appeals also asserted that the city did not adhere to public hearing protocols and that the applicant did not possess the standing to pursue the project application because they did not represent the owner. Responsive to the assertion made by the appeals, the city, working with our legal team and our CEQA consultant, provided a comprehensive rebuttal to each appeal applications. The analysis, facts, evidence in the city response, as well as the whole of the city's records substantiate that there was a comprehensive analysis of the proposed project that was completed by the city in compliance with CEQA requirements, therefore qualifying the project for an exemption under CEQA section 15183, and that the city also adhered to establish application processing requirements and hearing procedures and protocols, and we prepared a response that are attached as Exhibit 13 and 15 to the staff report to be included as part of the records. The project also complied with the updated sunshine ordinance requiring 2 community meetings which were conducted in July and October 21st of 2021. As a result of the initial meeting, the site plan was designed to orient the loading docks away from the adjacent properties. The applicant has also been coordinating to further modify and including the placement of restrictive gates responsive to some of the concerns regarding potential trucking activities and to limit impact onto the surrounding buildings. Public notification of our hearing process and protocols was also published and mailed in accordance with city and state regulations. In addition to these formal measures, staff has also been in close contact with adjacent property owners for over a year, and resulting in the input of the site plan changing and the shifting of the version ultimately that is being moved and being forwarded today for City Council's consideration. While today's and prior communication that was submitted as part of this public hearing process from the adjacent property owners indicate there are unresolved easement issues, the only easement in question is for the benefit of the private property to have cross-access to one another's property. And the modification of these easement as part of this discussion is a private matter between the 2 parties. However, to facilitate a resolution and prior to the development of the property, the Planning Commission, as part of its consideration, added a conditions to which the applicant has accepted that would require the applicant to resolve the easement issue, but still allowing them to complete with the process application. However, it has to all be resolved prior to the issuance of a construction permit for the development of the site. We believe that this condition will adequately address the issue of concern for a private easement discussion and is going to be made a requisite prior to issuance of a building permit. The issue as part of the appellant's discussion on this appeal included the CEQA exception and exemption determination by the city, and it was asserted that the appropriate determination was not made and that a full environmental impact analysis report should have been prepared. However, the appellant in their appeal did not provide evidence to substantiate why the city analysis was insufficient. Section 15183 of the CEQA guideline is a category exemption for when a project is consistent with a larger community plan, such as the general plan that was recently adopted, and the project can rely upon the CEQA analysis and documentation completed and certified for the general plan. The use of Section 15183 exemption require full initial study checklist which was completed for the project by city and attached as Exhibit 10 to the staff report. This type of exemption require detailed key findings to be made, and they include the project is consistent with the density established by the existing general plan or zoning, and for which the EIR was certified. The new general plan and its EIR adopted and certified in April anticipate the development of this and other high intensity for this area. 2, no project-specific effect peculiar to the development or its site that were not evaluated by the general plan or its EIR. The full checklist as part of the staff report as Exhibit 10 indicates that there are no unique or peculiar effects for this property and the site. 3, no potential significant off-site or community impact that the general plan and EIR failed to evaluate. The CEQA consultant hired for this project fully evaluated this project in the context of any other approved or pending project in this area as well. 4, there are no substantial new information which resulted in more severe impact, which the general plan EIR did not anticipate. Since the adoption of the general plan and its EIR in April, no new information came to light that would require a reevaluation of this project. And finally, the project is able to undertake feasible mitigation measures specified by the general plan EIR. This project, in this case, is subject to compliance with all applicable zoning requirements for the light industrial zoning district, which was prescribed by the general plan. And lastly, to provide the legal framework for using the CEQA determination, CEQA guidelines states that when reviewing CEQA and using CEQA exemption 15183 for a project consistent with the general plan, the CEQA guideline mandates that projects that are found to be consistent with the development density established by the general plan policy for which an EIR was certified shall not may not, but shall not require additional environmental review except as might be necessary to determine the specific effect that are peculiar to the project site. As stated before, there is nothing peculiar or inconsistent about the project in relation to the general plan and its adopted vision. And therefore, the type of exemption is required as an environmental documentation for the project. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council consider adopting a resolution denying the appeals application and upholding the determination of the Planning Commission to approve conditional use permit 2022-14 as conditioned, as well as adopting an ordinance amending the zone change designation for this property from P to M1. That concludes staff's report. I have also the staff team, the CEQA consultant, and our legal team, as well as the applicant in the audience and online, available to answer any questions. We have also provided the City Council with a transmittal memorandum providing a full response to the comments that we received earlier today from the public. While these comments have already been addressed in our staff report, we felt that it was necessary for us to respond to it tonight as well to supplement the records for the project. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does the applicant, Rob Mitchell, representing Greenlaw Partners, wish to speak? And if so, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good evening. How long do I have?
It says here you have 5 minutes, sir.
5 minutes. All right, see if I can get it done all in 5 minutes. Rob Mitchell, Greenlaw Partners, applicant. Thanks for your time this evening. Thanks, staff, also, for a fantastic job that they did. Congratulations, Mayor, for the first woman mayor. Fantastic. I wanted to talk a little bit this evening about the project itself. I believe after Min's report, it speaks for itself on the merits of the project and what we're going to bring forward. One of the things that we've been challenged to do in developing a project like this is to be able to make the neighbors happy. And the neighbors are here this evening. And in doing so, as a developer, what we try to do is we come into a city and we do what the city wants to be able to develop. In this particular instance, with the general plan, we came in and followed the guidelines of exactly what the city wanted to see for that area. And in doing so, we came in to be able to build a logistics facility. And after meeting with Min and finding out what kind of tenant that the city would want to seize, we've secured a tenant for the building. We've signed a lease, and we have a tenant that wants to move in that's going to be able to supply potentially hundreds of jobs for the city of Santa Ana. And in signing this lease, I'm on a timeline to be able to deliver a building. And to be able to deliver a building, I need to be able to get started. And in going through the approvals of this project, it goes back all the way to when we started in September, when we came to try to do the planning commission to get forward in front of everybody. And the commission continued the meeting because of all the concerns that the neighbors had. And in doing so, I've met every single concern that the neighbors have. I've gone above and beyond what any developer would do to be able to satisfy their concerns. I'm putting in the gates, putting in where the truck's direction is going to be. I mean, I've gone forward to have a settlement agreement with them, offering them thousands of dollars each for each one of the units to be done, for a total of $168,000. I've gone even further, and after I speak, who's going to get up here and speak tonight, which is their consultants and their attorney, I'm paying for. I'm putting it for their consultants and attorneys. That's not true. As part of the settlement agreement, I'm paying up to $50,000 for their services. Settlement agreement is, which I thought was agreed to, is ready to be signed. All the documentation has been done, and they've had the documentation for months now to be able to review, and it keeps getting tweaked to go back and forth. I'm in a position as a developer to try to deliver for the city of Santa Ana, to bring forth a tenant. I've done everything I said I'm going to do. I'm a prominent owner of property in Santa Ana itself. I mean, my reputation speaks for itself. I mean, Christine, I go back from her all the way to the Anaheim days. I've done multiple DDAs with cities. I'm closing on a large property with the city of Anaheim this next week, and I want to bring forward this project and build something in the city of Santa Ana. I've done everything I said I'm going to do. I'm following all the rules and all the guidelines, and this dispute that is going to be coming up here after is a private dispute. It doesn't come into what the approval process is going to be for the city of Santa Ana. To be able to get my approvals tonight to move forward, to be able to move on to my project. And as Min had mentioned, I have to be able to finalize everything once it needs to be done before I can pull a building permit. The challenge I have is we continue to get postponed 3 times now. I've tried to continue the council meeting to go on to try to get this resolved. And the neighbors keep changing it. They keep changing exactly, but I've done everything. I've come in, and if Min could put back up on the screen where I put the 2 gates, I mean, I agreed to do a negative easement there so they can go forward and be able to enforce if something does happen. I've been able to go forward with everything that they say that potentially is going to be a problem. We change it and it's not a problem. I don't know what else to do. Be able to go forward, to be able hopefully to get your guys' support so I can come forward to move forward with the project and to be able to bring a tenant in to supply jobs. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about anything else that has to do with tonight, but I need to get going. I know the neighbors are going to get up here and say a bunch of other stuff, and I'm happy to rebuttal everything that they're going to say, but we're ready to go. Paperwork is done. We're ready to move forward, and I mean, I'm at a standstill now of what I'm supposed to do to try to get this project approved in the city of Santa Ana.
Thank you. You have an opportunity for a rebuttal. There are 2 appellants on this matter. First one is Molly Green on behalf of the Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility. Do you wish to speak? So you have 5 minutes. Molly Green. Second one is Melinda Luthen on behalf of Gary Plaza Office Park Association. Do you wish to speak? You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my clients, Gary Plaza Office Park Association. One of the things that I'd like to start out with respect to what Mr. Mistral said, the parties are attempting to negotiate the sale of an easement that my clients own, the members of my clients own, on the property
that is subject to this discussion. By the way, with respect to staff, just really quickly, they seem to bounce back in the staff presentation between the appeal of the conditional use permit approval and the zoning change. And so I'm not sure whether you want us to address both at the same time, but I think that it does get confusing. So I think I'd like to stick right now with the appeal of the conditional use permit approval, if that's all right.
Okay.
So with respect to the staff report, just really briefly, it would be nice if staff would be truthful in its presentation, but not today. One of the things that staff had stated was that the easement is a private matter. This isn't a private matter. These are two very unique pieces of property that used to be one piece of property that got divided, and when they got divided, they had easements for utility purposes that are running across each other's properties that the city has not addressed or even looked at. With respect to an easement, the fact that if the easement is sold, that my clients will still have access to the property, that doesn't mean anything. I have 100 shoes in my closet, but if you want to buy a pair of my shoes, of course I'll still have 99 pair of shoes in my closet. But if I don't want to sell that one pair of shoes to you, I don't care how much you're going to offer me. I don't want to sell it. I still own it. Easements, line grant. My clients have a deed on that piece of property. And so the city needs to recognize that it's not a private issue whatsoever. By the way, the municipal code that says the CUP may not be issued until or unless a zoning change is approved. It's very clear. You've got the cart before the horse on this one. And we brought that up with the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission just kind of ignored it. City staff said, yeah, that's the way we do it. We do it that way all the time. And just because staff has broken the law all the time before doesn't mean that the law doesn't exist, and doesn't mean that the council should say to staff, hey, listen, the municipal code specifically requires that you not grant or even allow for the Planning Commission, present to the Planning Commission for approval any permit. I've stated which section that is in my comments to you today. I don't have it handy in my notes. With respect to the responses of the city, they state that the utility easements do not affect my client's property. That is absolutely incorrect. We don't know where those utilities are. They are running across both properties. Those easements affect the utilities for both properties. My clients don't have to sell their ingress and egress easement. One of the other things that I wanted to briefly mention was the planning. Who is Mr. Rob Mitchell? We don't know who Rob Mitchell is, but I can tell you one thing for sure. Rob Mitchell is not the owner of the property. Greenlaw is not the owner of the property. So why is it that the city says, when we brought this up on our appeal, that Greenlaw and the owner of the property is called Gary Owners, LLC. And Greenlaw supposedly and Rob Mitchell supposedly are the applicants, but we've provided the city with evidence from the Secretary of State saying that Rob Mitchell has nothing to do with either one of these LLCs. The city does not have any authorization from the owner of the dirt, Gary Owners LLC, stating that Rob Mitchell or Greenlaw have any authority to get any type of permit. Guess what? If any one of you want to try to get a permit on my property, I'm going to tell you what, the city of Laguna Beach is not going to allow you to get a permit on my property. Why? Because I own it and you don't. Rob Mitchell does not own that property. Who is he? We do not know. The public has the right to know.
Thank you. Your time is up.
City should
Thank you,
require
ma'am. Your
knowing.
time is up. Thank you.
And I'd like the opportunity to talk a little bit of,
Ma'am,
not
your time's up,
necessarily
but-
now, I understand that, but because of the fact that the
Your
city
time is
council.
up, ma'am. We need to respect the process. Thank you so very much. I really
Great.
appreciate it. Any response by the applicant? You have 3 minutes.
Yes. To give a little lesson, and maybe I'm surprised that Melinda doesn't know this, when you're a developer and you own properties, you own it under an entity. And in that entity, there's a managing partner of that entity that runs the property, that be able to make sure the decisions on, are we going to sell it, are we going to develop it, are we going to lease it? And every single property owner should has a managing partner in the operating agreement. And the managing partner of the operating agreement is Greenlaw Partners. It's at every property that we own. It's in Park 55 that we own here in Santa Ana. We're the second biggest landlord in Orange County, and every one of our properties owns an entity where we're the operating partner for investors that come in for Greenlaw Partners. That's the way any other developer or anybody else that owns properties, how you run a property. When you bring in investors, you have an operating agreement that lays out what the duties of the operating agreement are and what everybody does, and all the investments are silent partners, so you can move forward with a business plan when you go forward to buy a property. And the business plan for this property was to buy it and ultimately develop it under the guidelines of what the city of the Santa Ana wanted, and bring in a tenant that's going to bring jobs in to the city of Santa Ana. And that's exactly what we're doing under the guidelines of what we waited for the general plan to be adopted so we could move forward with a use that would be specifically designated for this area. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Thank you very much. At this time, any council members have comments or questions for staff? Let me start with Councilman Vasquez, please.
I just want staff to clarify, are we giving a permit for the easement? Is there a permit that we're issuing to develop on the easement?
The requests in entitlement are a zone change of the property from professional to M1 industrial to be consistent with the general plan. We would be also being asked to approve a conditional use permit to allow the establishment of the use of the building. In terms of the development of the building, that's something that the applicant has the ability to do. And the easement in question, as staff mentioned, are not related to utility, but rather they're related to access, ingress and egress onto each other's property to be able to access to the public street. The site both sites have adequate access, including the redesigned site. But regardless of that, that's a private matter that is negotiated between the two properties. The condition, as I mentioned, that the applicant has accepted and imposed by the Planning Commission is that no building permit would be issued until the applicant had resolved all of any private easement issue prior to construction on the site. So the answer at the final end of the process is no, we would not be issuing approval to build on an easement.
Do you have any other questions? Councilman Penalosa, excuse me.
No questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra?
Not at this time, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
None at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, if there was no other questions or comments, I'm going to open up for the cards that I have for public comments. We have Melinda. You already spoke. Perfect. Okay. Jack Stevens. Thank you, Melinda. I appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Jack Stevens, and I own some of the adjacent offices. Let me explain quickly that the property that's being developed was originally an office building, and we, at 1800 Gary, we are also an adjacent office building, and we are remaining as an office building. And what's going to happen is that when they develop this as an industrial site, there'll be a lot of traffic and there'll be a lot of noise, and it will disturb us, and it will disturb all the occupants. We have 84 offices that will be affected. So this is not just one office. Now, I want to say quickly that we are in negotiation with Mr. Mitchell, and we have, in fact, a proposed settlement that that everybody is working on right now. And we're hoping that, in fact, we can settle this issue between us. But I don't want to see you go ahead and make a ruling tonight because I'd like to, in peace, make a settlement with Mr. Mitchell, and he seems to be a reasonable person. And I'm afraid that if you proceed and make a ruling, it may raise issues between us that make it more difficult for us to reach an amicable settlement. In fact, if you were to go ahead and make the approval, we probably will go ahead with seeking legal redress. And that will drive a wedge between us and make it less likely for us to make a settlement. And I think that if you could just postpone a decision until your next meeting, that we and the neighbor can reach an amicable solution that will satisfy everybody. Now, for the purpose of just in case we do have to take some action, let me remind you that this project will generate an awful lot of traffic with large trucks that will result in noise pollution and air pollution, and this will disturb us greatly. It will also disturb, there is a school in our building, and it will disturb the children and affect their ability to live, frankly. And I also want to remind you that no environmental report has been actually published for this project, and I object to that. And I also want to bring up that there are drainage issues. Water right now is draining from their lot onto our lot, and drainage issues have to be addressed. And there are power issues because there are transformers both on their site and on our site, and it's possible that some of the power that comes from their transformer is feeding our building, and these issues have to be settled. Now, I do believe that, again, that we can work this out amicably, and I'm just asking for you to postpone making a decision. I'm not asking for you to decide in our favor or in the other people's favor. Just give us a little more time to complete the negotiations. And right now, as I say, we do have in writing a proposed settlement. I do object to some of the words, but I think that we can reach an agreement. If you would just be so kind as to postpone your decision. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Michael Brion. Apologize if Brion, I believe it is.
Well, that's pretty close.
How do you say it?
My name is Michael Brion.
Brion, thank you.
Yes, very good. I'm a consultant that the association had brought on board to oversee the development of the property that's adjacent to them. And my experience goes back to being a development manager like Rob Mitchell. I've handled quite large projects in either in the county of Riverside or in Henderson, Nevada, and a series of projects. The one question about who is Rob Mitchell, he is a development manager, and generally a city will require a power of attorney for him signing documents, and right now we feel as though that entity, which is Green Law Partners, is the entity that is making application, if you will. And we don't feel as though that there's a power of attorney that's been addressed because the applicant's paperwork doesn't really coincide with Gary Owners is the LLC. But if there's a power of attorney, we could probably understand why the applicant is identified as Rob Mitchell, which is Green Law Partners. I really wanted to speak to these easements. I was brought on board in May, and these easements have been discussed at great length, and the documents that continue to be provided are inaccurate. They are not detailed enough to what the actual conditions are that we are looking for, how the easement documents do not correctly coincide with the scope of work that needs to be done. such as we're being asked to give a quick claim to them on documents or drainage when we still are retaining the use of those. I have sent you comments, and I would invite you to look at all those comments. Those comments are brief to the struggles that we've been having with the client, the developer, to bring us accurate information so that we can review it and understand where they're going. We have concerns that if you pass give approval on this, that we are going to continue to struggle getting accurate information, whether it's a letter of agreement,
Thank you,
settlement
Speaker. Your
agreement.
time is up.
Thank you very much for your time, and
Thank
I'm
you, sir.
available for any questions.
William Stevens.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your service to the community. My name is William Stevens. I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Gary Plaza Association because I was denied that right to speak in front of the Planning Commission. I did speak as the president of the association at that time. In the words of Michaela, it's not pleasant to live or work across from an industrial building. We're concerned about noise, vibrations of trucks idling. She described it as a tornado in her house. Min Tai mentioned that this project is not unique, but that's not true. The staff has acknowledged that there is no other project in all of Santa Ana where you have an industrial distribution center located directly adjacent to a professional office building. Mr. Mitchell, who's not a managing member of Green Law, according to Secretary of State, says they're going to bring hundreds of jobs. But in order to bring those hundreds of jobs, they're going to have to evict 126 businesses, each of which employ multiple people. The environmental checklist exemption, frankly, looks like garbage to me. They just checked off that there's no impact. Of course there's going to be an impact when you have semi-trucks. Their original plan had the trucks about 30 feet in front of my office entrance. Okay, they moved it, good. I'm glad that they moved it. It has been pulling teeth trying to get some restrictions on where the trucks go to keep them away from the professional offices. The conditions of use issued by the Planning Commission talks about no trucks in or storage in the buffer zone easement that we want to create. But Green Law proposed a restrictive covenant, not a prescriptive easement. We need time to go through the detailed language of the documents because we don't want a fast one pulled over us. When we do quit claim the easement, we're not going to have any more recourse. We want to make sure we get this right. We ask that the council postpone the approval of anything until the parties can agree. I gave a handout that shows the gray area crisscrossing their property. 40% of their property, the builder cannot construct a building which restricts my access. It's not just ingress and egress. They say, oh, we'll give you a little driveway. That is not my right. The gray area on the diagram I provided shows I got 40% and the other members of the association. If they want to buy out our easement, that's fine. We're willing to be reasonable. We want to create a buffer zone. They keep shrinking the buffer zone. We say, well, we want to have it over here. And now the conditions of use by the Planning Commission are actually different than the conditions of use before the City Council now. So things got changed and we didn't get notified.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Thank you.
We do have a speaker on Zoom.
Okay.
Caller who's Zoom ID Victoria, please unmute from your device. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Yun. I'm an attorney at Lazo Drury speaking on behalf of Appellant Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER is appealing the approval of the project by the Planning Commission and requests that the City Council remand the project application back to staff to prepare and circulate an appropriate CEQA document for public review and comment. The city has prepared streamlined review for the project pursuant to CEQA section 15183, which applies to certain projects consistent with a community plan or zoning. The city states that the project is consistent with the program EIR prepared for the city's 2022 general plan update amendment and has prepared an environmental analysis to support its findings. However, as I'll discuss in the time I have left, the project does not meet the requirements of section 15183 review, and the city must prepare either a negative declaration for less than significant impacts or a supplemental EIR to adequately assess the project's potentially significant air quality, health risk, and greenhouse gas impacts. First, the project may have a potentially significant health risk impact as a result of the project's diesel particulate emissions. The project's potentially significant health risk impact as a result of the project's emissions of diesel particulate matter, or DPM, were previously discussed as significant and unavoidable impacts in the prior general plan program EIR, and as such, they must be analyzed in a negative declaration, or since they're significant, in a supplemental EIR. In support of section 15183 review, the city's environmental analysis claims that the project is not required to submit a health risk assessment because mitigation measure AQ-3 included in the program EIR is not applicable to the project. However, regardless of the city's claims, the California DOJ recommends that all warehouse projects prepare a quantitative HRA pursuant to the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. SAFER's expert prepared a screening level HRA and found that the project's DPM emissions would result in cancer risks to nearby infants, children, adults, and the project's lifetime residents that would exceed air district thresholds. Because this increased cancer risk is peculiar to the project and is a significant impact, a negative declaration or EIR is required. Second, the project will result in significant greenhouse gas impacts. The project's GHG impacts were not discussed as significant impacts in the program EIR. Therefore, they must be analyzed in a negative declaration or an EIR if they're significant. SAFER's expert analyzed the project's potential GHG emissions and found that the environmental analysis and program EIR failed to adequately analyze the project's GHG impacts. First, the city's GHG analysis and subsequent less than significant impact conclusion are based on an outdated quantitative analysis threshold. Because it is currently December 2022, thresholds for 2020 are not applicable to the proposed project and should be revised to reflect the current GHG reduction target. SAFER's expert prepared an updated GHG analysis.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Thank you. She's got 3 minutes. Are there any other speakers at this time?
That was
Madam
the
Mayor,
last speaker.
Before you close the public hearing, I'd like to ask one question.
Sure.
Not from you. Sir, so there's been questions about, or requests, it sounds like, about continuing the item. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing at this time? Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Any other council members have questions? I'm sorry, sir, your time's already been held. Thank you. There's no question by the council members. This public hearing is now closed. Your motion?
Madam Mayor, so I've heard plenty of things, and it's interesting some of the things being said about regards to sequencing of entitlements and whatnot. I think that this use makes sense given its proximity to the freeway. One thing that I wanted to ask staff about is in regards to the elevation along the 55 freeway. I would like to see something a little more, I don't know, something that a little more artistic, something like what you see over at the Baker Block in Costa Mesa when you're coming up the 55 just south of the 405. So what I'd like to ask, if it's possible, excuse me, to condition this project, if should my colleagues support staff's recommended action, to actually include a condition to incorporate public art. And I would ask staff to use similar circumstances that they've incorporated a public art requirement in the past, but my specific ask would be that this specific artwork is very emblematic of Santa Ana, that celebrates Santa Ana, not just something that's artistic generically, but something that is, as you're coming up the 55, it's something that, like you see the water tower, like you see other things, it'll become iconic, something that's very attractive. That would be my only caveat as far as this particular project. I think that staff, the work that you've done with the applicant as far as the additional conditions, landscaping, all these other items, obviously you've done a lot of work with them. And just to move things along, I will go ahead and make a motion to place the ordinance approving amendment application number 2022-01 on first reading, and then adopt the resolution denying the appeal applications numbers 2022-01 and 2022-02, and upholding the determination of the Planning Commission to approve CUP number 2022-14 as conditioned with the addition of the public art condition.
I'll second.
There are no other comments. I do like the art issue, and we can get some kids from Santa Ana or Santa Ana Unified or the VAPA program that we have to put some art on there. That would be great. So if you can let us know about that. Let's prepare to vote. If there are no other questions or comments.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No worries. Councilmember Becerra, would you be inclined to include an environmental study with your motion?
I would be okay. The only problem is I feel like when staff evaluates the project, they have to do that at the very beginning. And from everything I've read, it sounds like staff has satisfied all of that. So I don't know that there's anything additional that we could do at this point. Staff, I mean, based on everything that's in here, they've satisfied the environmental requirements at this time. That's correct.
Okay.
I like your idea. I think that
So,
staff's done that.
Director Ty, that has already been completed. There has been an environmental study. There's been an assessment as to potential risk factors.
Project required to complete its CEQA checklist analysis based on the CEQA requirements for evaluating the impact of the projects. The initial study was completed for the project, and the inclusion of that study is in Exhibit 10 of your staff report. It shows that the project is consistent with the environmental impacts that were analyzed by the general plan EIR, and therefore qualifies for the exemption under 15183.
And Director Tai, if I may, so when in analyzing that in the general plan update, that environmental assessment, that was also done because that area was one of our 5 focus areas. So
That's
this
correct.
wasn't just an overall assessment. There were 5 areas that staff's environmental drilled down on, and this was one of those areas, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mine is not working.
Would you voice your vote? We can add it here.
Yes. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa, yours is not showing.
It's green on my end, but it's a yes.
So is it a 6?
Motion passes for.
Mine was a yes.
Madam City Attorney, if you're stepping out of the chambers, excuse me, don't our rules require that your vote counts as a yes?
No, only if you're abstaining, if you have a real conflict.
Oh, really? Okay.
Motion passes 5-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Lopez absent, and 5-0, and with Councilmember Fan recused.
Okay, perfect. We're good. Before hearing the public hearing item 42, Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public who would like to make a comment on this item only. Are there any comments for item 42?
Would you like to entertain the staff presentation, if there is one?
I'm sorry, it's really hard to understand.
Sorry, would you like the staff presentation, if there is one?
And would you like a presentation, ladies and gentlemen, up here on the dais? Otherwise, we're ready to move forward? We're ready to move forward. Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Is there a motion?
We'll move the item.
You want the presentation? You're going to move it?
I'm ready to move the item.
I'll second.
Great.
I'm so sorry.
I did
You know what?
open it.
I see that we're on item 42.
That's
I
correct.
have not seen that presentation, so that would be great.
So you
My
want to go
apologies.
back? No take backs, no take backs. I'm just kidding. All right, let's do the presentation. Your mic, I don't think your mic's on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Executive Mike Garcia will do the presentation on this one and the following one, which is the similar item. It's a Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act hearing for a developer to issue tax-exempt debt.
All right, Mike, let's do it.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. The item before you tonight is to have the City Council serve as a TEFRA hearing agent, essentially. The city will have no financial responsibility for these bonds, any indebtedness of the city. This will basically allow the developer to use tax-exempt bonds and work with the California Municipal Finance Authority to issue tax-exempt bonds. The developer would like to move forward by the end of this year so that they can convert to permanent financing. Otherwise, they might be in a situation where their lender would be within their rights to foreclose. So the action before the City Council tonight is to conduct the TEFRA hearing, Tax Exempt or Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing, and approve a resolution for allowing for the issuance of bonds by the California Municipal Finance and Authority in the amount of $123 million. These are for the First Point apartments that are on the eastern side in this presentation. Sorry that the colors did not come out properly. Metro Point, this is in the Metro Point East neighborhood, the specific plan area, First Point 1, and you're going to see First Point 2 coming up in the next public hearing item. Again, we are seeking an approval of the resolution that would allow the developer to work with CMFA for the issuance of tax-exempt bonds on the affordable housing development that has 346 units with Jamboree Housing. And Michael Massey from Pacific Companies may be in the crowd still, I believe. This project provides affordability, and it's already built. This financing would allow them to convert to permanent financing and take out additional funds if necessary for improvements.
I'll move the item.
I will, is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a couple of questions only before we vote. So these are the apartments that are close to the Tustin and First Street, correct?
That's correct.
So in between, if you go back to your PowerPoint where you're showing both of them, it's slide 3, please.
I've got to share again.
Oh, no, sorry. You want me to hold it out for you?
There you go.
Slide 3. There you go. So can you tell me what's in between those two apartments? I know what's in between them, but I'd like you to tell the public what's in between those two buildings, those two apartment complexes.
I know that the developer is looking at an additional project on the site, and we'll be going and working with Planning Commission staff, but I don't know specifically what's there.
So I'm talking in between the two apartments. So one over here, the closest to Tustin Avenue, is a senior apartment. And the one that you're talking about over here to my left.
Mhm.
But in the middle is a youth drug program. And I believe there's also a methadone clinic in there. So I had already met with the city manager about lighting in that area because the seniors have been accosted as they're parking 2 blocks away, paying $150 a month to park because there's not enough parking stalls where they live. There's not even enough handicap stalls where they live. And I'm not sure how that went through. But my question is, how many parking spots do you have? How many handicap parking spots do you have there? And are you going to eliminate the street a little bit? Because then when you cross over from there, it's Avila's, and then there's some motels there, and there's quite a bit of things that go on in that area. And so, in my opinion, it tends to not be safe in the evenings. And we have many seniors that live in that apartment complex that actually are employed. And so they get home at different hours of the night and day, and they walk. So at night when they're walking back, they can't park at the restaurant next to their apartment complex. And I've met with them now a few times, because the owner of that, I believe you guys are working on that, or working on with the city of Tustin to get a crosswalk there, or lights. But I'm very concerned about the safety, and maybe that's a conversation you have with Jamboree about how many parking stalls are they each going to get? And is there going to be senior apartments as well in there, or just apartments for families and single, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3, whatnot?
For the future project, they are looking at senior as well.
So can you make a note, because one of the things that the seniors said many times to me when I was meeting with them, and I was just there the other day, is that the developer is putting bathtubs instead of walk-in showers, and so they cannot get in and out safely. But my biggest concern with this project is the lighting and the safety down that street. If you go down there, especially at night, for those of us that live in the city and we drive down First Street at night, it is very dark. And the lights are very dim. I would not be walking down that street. And so it's sad that we have senior apartment where they have to park and pay an additional $150 to park somewhere else because there's not enough parking where they live. And then with this new one right here in front of us, are they going to have enough parking? Or is it now going to be other apartment people paying somebody's making a lot of money because they're charging residents $150 a month to park. So I'm not asking you for an answer today, and I'll meet with the city manager, and I know we're going to be meeting, I'll be meeting with the department heads because new here, but it's very concerning to me because people are in fixed incomes. And so, again, right in between those two apartments that you're showing is a drug program, methadone clinic, and so I believe it's a methadone clinic, but I know it's a drug program. So if we could talk about that at a later date, that is my concern. The parking, the fact that people have to pay for parking, and not enough handicap stalls. How many, spots are you gonna get for a 1 bedroom? Okay, one spot, right? For I think it says in here, 4 bedrooms? Let me see, I don't wanna misspeak. 4 bedrooms. How many, parking spots, right? So, and I'm not asking for 4 of them, I'm just saying. So it's just something I wanna talk about later. So Jonathan, Councilman Hernandez did make a motion. If anybody else has some comments.
I actually have a clarification question, and this is my fault. When reviewing the resolutions, I didn't see anything mentioned. It says that the developer is Santa Ana Pacific Associates LP, and this is First Point Apartments 1, involving Pac West Communities, Inc. How is Jamboree involved?
They are actually managing and on-site and overseeing the affordable housing.
Got it. So apologies, this was not in the reso, but Jamboree, I do have to recuse myself from this item because Jamboree is a client of my employer. So I want to, I was like, oh, I don't see this, and so I want to make sure I'm not.
You're like, stop.
Yeah. And so I will leave the dais and move on.
I'm going to try that. I'm going to try the next meeting. I'm going to leave the dais. I'm kidding with you. I'm joking with you. All right. Are there any other comments on Councilman Penalosa? Yeah. Your speaker's not on.
All right, for a minute, I'm the mayor now. Just kidding. Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. And just to add some kind of context and history to that parking question, I remember when this project came before us for approval back in 2019, that was a huge conversation that we had. I'm sure City Attorney and City Manager and Min Tai, Executive Director Tai, remembers. We had a lot of reservations up here about the lack of parking that was going to come with this affordable housing complex. And the idea is that because people are going to live in these affordable apartments, they don't have cars, which is not true. I mean, there's a lot of people that have many cars, and we knew from day one that this was going to cause a parking issue and safety concerns with the residents that would eventually live here. I believe the variance approval was half a parking spot per unit, which is, I mean, awful because there are 3 and 4 bedroom units. And I would like staff, if you could, go back to watch those meetings and those hearings of when this project was approved, because the developer at the time agreed to having off-site parking, and they made arrangements with the complexes across the street, the business complexes, and they even promised from this dais that they were going to provide free shuttle service to all the residents that live there that had to park, whether it was a block, 2, 3 blocks away. And we brought up all the safety concerns on First Street. So I want to make sure that we go back and look at what was promised by the developer as a condition of the approval, because I know that was a huge concern. And they agreed to having parking lots where residents would be able to park and provide shuttle service as part of the, I guess the services and amenities at this parking complex. So I know this isn't really about the parking issue, but just so that we.
Certainly, Council Member, and I do recall exactly what you were stating. So we can make, certainly, Council Member, I do recall exactly what you were stating upon the approval of that. However, this item before you is just the TEFRA hearing. That's for your consideration.
Right, but I know the mayor brought it up, and if that is a legit safety concern, from what I hear some of the residents have brought up, that's something that we should look at. Thank you.
No other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I was outside of the room when the conversation started, so I was not clear how the conversation went from TEFRA to parking, but I think it was just like a side comment that was made. Councilmember Hernandez, can you repeat your motion, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So my motion was to move the item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
I think I had seconded already.
All right. There's, ready to vote? No comments? And you will come back with a report.
Motion passes 5-1 with, oh my God, who's absent? Councilmember Becerra absent and Councilmember Fan recused.
Okay, perfect. Public hearing is now closed. We will go to item number 43. Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public.
Members of the public joining by way of Zoom or conference call and would like to make comment for only public hearing item 43, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. And there are no speakers.
There are no comments?
No comments.
Great. Is there a motion? Any comments by the council? Prepare to vote?
I don't have any comments, but I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion passes 4-0 with council members Hernandez and Becerra absent and Councilmember Fan's recusal.
Perfect. Before hearing item public 44, Madam Clerk, anybody here to make public comments?
Yes, we have one.
Yes, there is.
Hold on, sorry. Where is my? Victor wanted to speak.
And if there isn't, then we'll ask for a presentation.
Members of the public joining by way of Zoom or conference call, if you would like to make a comment only on public hearing item number 44, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. We have one speaker. Caller whose phone number ends with numbers 4010, please select *6 from your phone, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'll begin now. Yeah, Victor Mendez, Ward 3, and on item 44, I'll just be very brief because I know there's a lot to cover. But, this item is about 77 pages long. And, I found it ironic that you have a presentation on improving transparency in labor negotiations. And this item was buried as the last item of the last item for the year, for the calendar year, and was vaguely worded as a title. So it's just kind of like, it's not very transparent. Putting aside all that and some of the emotion, if I will, I may behind this matter, and I know there's a lot of issue on it on both sides of it, it really should be deferred. I mean, I think the public across the board really should be provided the opportunity to weigh in on this, no matter how they feel about it, how they feel about the POA, etc. I think it's just blatantly unfair to kind of do this at a 10 o'clock before the Christmas holiday and not give everyone an opportunity to understand what the issue is and just to convey with it and let the council make a decision. And again, it's just ironic to me and kind of stunning that you're talking about transparency in labor negotiations. You're talking about a democratic process, small d, yet this item is just kind of like being gamed, if you will, towards some type of, hidden agenda. And it doesn't quite go over well. Whatever happens with tonight happens. We'll just have to go forward. But I just think you owe it to the public just to kind of have this aired openly, fairly, and correctly, and do it the right way, rather than try to, put this vague, innocuous agenda out at 10 o'clock at night when no one's listening, and let everyone know how you feel, and that's okay. And we can go from there. Anyway, I look forward to hearing how this goes, and thank you for your time, and thank you for all your work this year, and most of all the work you did tonight. Thank you.
That was the only speaker, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Staff, is there a presentation, or does anybody have any questions? Do you need a presentation?
I'd like to see
Councilman
the
Vasquez?
presentation, please.
Yes, we do have a presentation. Executive Director of Human Resources, Jason Motzik.
Item is regarding the implementation of the city's last offer dated September 8th.
Your mic's not on.
City Council. This item before you is regarding the implementation of the city's last, best, and final offer dated September. Again, good evening, Mayor, City Council. This item before you is regarding the implementation of the city's last best and final offer dated September 8, 2022, in regards to labor negotiations with the Santa Ana Police Officers Association. Memorandum of Understanding, or in short, MOU, between the city and the POA expired on December 31st, 2021. Through the course of the last year, the parties have did negotiate through September 2022, and during that time, the parties met 12 times and exchanged approximately 13 proposals. The POA's initial proposal was an estimated cost of approximately $23.1 million to the city. It included wage increases. It was a one-year term with approximately 6.9% wage increases during that term, along with other economic items. During the course of the labor negotiations, the POA did engage in regressive bargaining twice, and the first time was on May 10th, 2022. The city did provide them courtesy notice that they did engage in regressive bargaining, and the POA did remedy that proposal. Subsequently, the POA once again engaged in regressive bargaining on August 3rd, 2022, and the city subsequently filed the unfair labor practice with PERB for the regressive bargaining and dilatory tactics. To date, that city's unfair labor practice charge is still pending with PERB. On August 24th, 2022, the POA declared impasse and requested the parties participate in mediation. The POA's final proposal was an estimated cost to the city of approximately slightly over $9 million. The city issued its last best and final offer to the POA on September 8th, 2022. After declaring impasse and requesting mediation, the parties selected a mediator and scheduled a future mediation date. That mediation was scheduled for October 18th, 2022. The day prior, on October 17th, the POA canceled that mediation session with no reason provided. However, the mediation was subsequently rescheduled for December 5th, and the parties did participate in that mediation, and however, we were unable to reach an agreement in the mediation process. Pursuant to PERB regulation, the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, the POA had from October 12th, 2022 to October 27th to submit the differences to a fact-finding panel. The POA did not make such a request during the eligible time period, and as a result, the POA waived the right to fact-finding. Since the POA did not request fact-finding and we were unable to reach an agreement through the mediation process, this is simply the next step in the process to bring forward the city's last best and final offer for council to implement. So approval of this item tonight will result in the implementation of the terms and conditions of the city's last best and final offer made on September 8th, 2022. The major provisions of the LBF, or last best and final, is a one-year term. So it's from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. Includes a salary increase of 3% effective the first pay period following city council approval of the LBF. It includes terms that the city would take over administration of the medical, dental, and long-term disability insurance benefits for active employees effective January 1st, 2024. There's updates to the discipline and grievance process language. It requires bilingual recertifications every 3 years for employees who receive the bilingual pay. There's modifications to the sick leave accruals in respects to what can be converted to service credit, and also for employees hired or appointed into the unit after approval of this last best and final. It also includes elimination of the full-time release of the POA president, and subsequently, as a result of elimination of the POA president release time, it returns one floating holiday back to the POA represented employees. There will, in lieu of the president release time, there's the addition of association leave bank of 1,040 hours, which is approximately a half a year, 50% release time. And that would be funded through the deduction of 2 vacation hours per POA represented employee per calendar year. So it's at the beginning of the year, the city would deduct 2 vacation hours from every POA represented employee, and that would fund the 1,040 hours for the release time. That 1,040-hour release time is essentially a union bank. It is a union bank, so the union can decide how to use that 1,040 hours. They can use it to completely president release time. It could be used for union business, board meetings, however they determine to use that 1,040 hours. And at this point, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Let me start to my right. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Well, I've been a member of this council for the past 2 years, and over the last 2 years, we have negotiated in good faith with all of our bargaining units. I'm very disheartened that this is a conversation that is happening publicly today, but I also have to be transparent that the city of Santa Ana has, in good faith, done everything that they could to establish an agreement for the Santa Ana Police Officers Association. Many of those conversations that happened in closed session, unfortunately, there was information that was shared in private that the bargaining unit was aware of. I can only ask how that happened. I don't know who it is, but that is bad faith negotiating. And today's last, best, and final offer is a step toward transparency, and it's the right thing to do. Ultimately, that is why this item is on this agenda, and I thank my colleague, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing this item forth. And
Point of clarification, I did not bring this item forward, staff did.
Staff did bring this item forward. But I am very appreciative of the fact that we're having this dialogue here as a council. And the hardest challenge that we have is there are workers that are keeping our city moving all throughout the hours of the day. And we want to have these conversations about bargaining in closed session. But ultimately, this is where we're at, and I am going to be supporting staff's recommendation to implement today's last, best, and final offer. So that will be my motion on the floor.
Councilman Becerra, please.
Go ahead and come back to me.
Councilwoman Todd? Yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries. All right, I have a few questions. I just want some clarification. The first is, we're looking at the process, and you had mentioned that this is the next step in the process. And so what happens if we don't approve this?
If the council does not implement the last, best, and final, there's really two options. That is, one, do nothing, or direct staff back to the table.
Okay. And so what do you mean by do nothing? Like, there's no contract, everything in the same MOU?
Right now, so there's no agreement on any change in benefits, there's no agreement on changes in wages, so the terms and conditions of the prior MOU would just be upheld, but there's no additional benefits or wages being provided.
Okay. And then if we approve this today, when does it go into effect?
It would go in effect upon council adoption, and it is a one-year term, as I stated, so January 1st, 2022 through December 31st. So essentially, the term of the LBF would be up. So even though the LBF is implemented, we'd essentially continue new negotiations with the POA for a successor MOU.
Okay. So, because I had some confusion when this first came up, which is, well, why is it backdated to January 1st, 2022? But that's because under the law, last, best, and final requires us to have a one-year term.
Correct.
Right? And so if we don't approve this, there's not going to be a raise. It's not going to be changes to anyone's salary. Nothing changes, status quo. And we try to go back to the table and try to negotiate something, right? And if we do approve it, literally the next, pay cycle, there's going to be a raise for all the members in the POA. Okay.
First full pay period following council approval, which would be January 1st.
Right. And so for me, and then so if we do approve this, we have to go back to the table essentially right away in January, right? For a new contract?
Essentially, the term is up, and we'd be coming back to council for authority, our authority for negotiations, continued negotiations for a successor MOU.
And that means that the POA can choose to negotiate however they want, whatever it is. So if we implement this MOU, the POA members get the raise, there's the 1,000-hour leave bank, some changes to the health benefits, but then in the next round of negotiations, they can come back and negotiate some other leave requests if they want.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear with the council, and if the council implements the LBF, when we continue negotiation, it's a new negotiations, like we're starting over in a new negotiations to negotiate.
Right, so I guess my point is, if we take no action today, no one gets a raise. Everyone's stuck at their old salary. Everything stays status quo. If we do approve this, our officers get a raise starting January 1st, and the process requires everyone to negotiate a new MOU with a blank slate. Everyone gets to throw in whatever they want at a new negotiation.
That is correct. It's a new negotiation.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilman Vasquez?
When is the last time staff proposed a contract agreement that came together between both bargaining parties?
Actually, is your question, council member, when was the last time staff brought forward an agreement with the bargaining unit?
With both bargaining parties agreeing on a contract?
In November 15th, 2022, we brought forward an agreement with the Santa Ana Police Management Association and also the SEO part-time unit to the council, and which it was approved by council on November 15th.
For the management and the...
SEO part-time.
And how about this staff? When's the last time we had a agreement set?
So, council member, the last time a contract was approved with this particular bargaining unit was in February of 2019.
Okay.
And that was the last agreement that expired.
And is that an agreement that staff worked on, or is that?
Not the staff sitting at this table, so it predates both your executive director of human resource and your city manager.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're bargaining in good faith, that both sides are talking, and it seems that the regressive was pushing for time. The regressive stance was hoping that I would not be here. The regressive stand was that they would be able to get better than we probably could afford. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So this has been a long process, right? It's been, what, a year of staff negotiating back and forth. And the initial proposal was that they asked for $23 million. Is that correct?
They didn't ask for 20, that was the estimated cost of their initial proposal.
$23 million. So 1 million more than the last one, the 22 million?
Repeat
It's
your
okay.
question.
It's okay, Jason. So then I guess I just want to provide context to the public as to why we're here in this moment, because this just didn't happen. You know, staff didn't just get to decide, we're going to put this item on the agenda. There's been an entire process. And so, you know, the bargaining unit that the city was bargaining with, SAPOA, they issued a regressive proposal, which was the fourth proposal to the city. And that proposal included an increased by approximately 2.57 million. So instead of 23, it was, do I understand that correctly? It was closer to 25 million?
I'd have to pull up the number, council member, but it was probably slightly less because there is a proposal
Okay,
in
the
between the
percentage,
first and
okay.
the.
So there's been this back and forth for months. And so my understanding, and Christine or Sonia, please step in, their bargaining unit said, we don't want to negotiate anymore. So they declared an impasse. Is that correct?
The POA is who declared the impasse, correct?
Okay, thank you. And so part of the impasse was that they were supposed to do fact-finding, which they did not do. Is that correct?
Not required by law, but they have the ability to request fact-finding under the law, and they did not.
Okay. And that was for, that final proposal with the impasse, that was for $9 million?
You're asking the last proposal?
Yes.
Last proposal was estimated at, yes, 9.02 million.
9 million for the year? For the year. Okay, thank you. And so that is why this agenda item is before us today, right? Because they declared an impasse. They essentially said, we're done having communications. We want anywhere from 25 million to 9 million. Is that a fair assumption?
Summarizing from their first proposal to their last proposal, that would be accurate.
Okay, thank you. And so I want to know, because clearly we have a lot of professional staff here, from a finance perspective, what would that do to our budget? Let's just say we would have agreed to the $23 million.
So, finance-wise, for the current fiscal year, we had allocated $5 million for all bargaining groups for the current fiscal year. So to grant a contract to one bargaining group that had a price tag of $9 million, it would have utilized all of the money we had set aside, plus an additional $4 million. Then that would have had a compounded impact in the future years as well.
So that means that if one bargaining group gets, anywhere from 9 million to 25 million, possibly other bargaining groups are not going to see an increase, right? And that's a hard question for you, actually. And I say possibly because then the question is, what services is this council willing to cut to then meet the other bargaining units at where they're asking us to also match them?
So, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, you're correct. There's a finite amount of resources, so it's a balancing act. It's where the policymakers want to spend the dollars. If you do spend all of the dollars allocated for labor, it would impact the other labor groups. If you spend dollars more than what we have allocated for labor, it could potentially impact other areas of the city.
Okay, thank you. So I know there's been talk about what other cities have done, percentages of other cities, but I do want to remind the public that in comparison to the city of Irvine, we do not have the same tax base. So we cannot, I think it's incomparable in my personal opinion. And so, again, I'm going to reiterate that as a member of this council, I desire labor peace. But I also would want, and I've said it from the very beginning, equity is a very important part of how I make decisions. And I think it is, in the broader context of this conversation, for one unit to come in and say, hey, we want, $23 million and forget the other bargaining units or forget the other resources that the city must provide is a little unfair. And so, again, it is why we are at this place now. They declared impasse. We have discussed over a year. We've tried our best to meet folks at the bargaining table with our team. You have been designated as that. I believe that the charter also states that. city attorney. We have the power to essentially say you are bargaining not on behalf of this council, but on behalf of the residents of the city of Santa Ana, after all. And so those are going to be my initial comments. I'm sure that I'll have more as I hear other folks talk. But I will end my first round of comments there. Thank you.
Councilman Penalosa?
Have no comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. What we see in Washington, where you've got negotiation over a budget, and so they go back and forth, and when they get up to a deadline, they say, oh, you know what, we're going to try to continue to negotiate. Let's put forth a stopgap measure, and then that stopgap measure gets you through, another couple of months, and the idea is to keep negotiating and keep going forward. But, when I look at what is on here today, we are trying to, through this offer, trying to dictate the organization of a labor unit. We're basically saying this is something that you've had for 30 years, and we are now changing that. And by the way, that's the direction of some folks here on the council, but that isn't the unanimous belief of this council. And so I philosophically just cannot support anything that does that. Now, if this was an item that, for what everybody says, well, we're just trying to, get the POA back to the table and have a very genuine discussion about a contract, okay. But when it comes in with such a poison pill at the very beginning, and it's been part of this for the whole time, hence why it's our last, best, and final offer. This is what this is about. I just can't support it. And then one of my colleagues mentioned something about, well, hey, at least if this is adopted, there'll be a raise. Yeah, for 10 days. Even though the dates of the contract say back to January, it's for 10 days. It's for 10 days and then it goes on forward. But again, the idea though, is that we're going to have negotiations, right? That's only going to be a temporary thing that it's going to change. But this is not a stopgap. This is not something that I would think would motivate anybody to come back to the table. This is very transformative when it comes to the POA. And I look at this and I just think, wow, what we're hearing being said versus what this actually does, in my opinion, are two different things. And I won't be supporting it. In fact, I would ask, Madam Mayor, do we have a motion on the table at this point?
We don't have one yet, and I'm going to speak after you.
Okay. Those are, what?
I thought we had a motion on the table.
Oh, I didn't hear
Did
it.
anybody second it?
No second, but there was a motion on the table,
There
no
was a
second.
motion.
Okay. Well, those are my comments for now at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm going to start first of all because somebody brought up the Santa Ana Police Management Association, SAPMA. So I have information here that their total increases since July of 2011 to July 1 of 2020 have been 31%. That's for management in Santa Ana PD. Santa Ana Police Management Association. So if we're going to look at being fair and equitable and all those things that we talk about, let's start at the top, because being a county baby, this is what I have, this is what you gave me.
It's the same as POA's raise.
Let me finish. I'm going to get there. So being a county baby and being there for 30 years, OCA, man, they went to bat for us. And if you're a member of a union, you understand that. They went to bat for us and went to bat and they fought hard. And for 9 years, we went without a raise. And I'm a union sister through and through because they helped us. Then my department went over to the sheriff's department. For whatever reason, vote was taken, we all went over there. And now they take great care of sworn, our officers, because that's what they decided to do by voting process. So the conversation always talks about being top heavy. So even though, city manager, you say it's the same as sworn of Santa Ana Police Officer Association, 31%, non-sworn, 23.5% since 2011 to 2021, when you compare the amount that Santa Ana Police Management receives compared to the Santa Ana officers that are working our streets, that are out there every day. And during COVID, when we were all home, safe behind closed doors, they were all out there working. So 3% to me, and then there's no retro discussion here. So I'm not even gonna, I won't support this because, as I've shared with you before, if we're gonna give a raise, you know, we give what's deserving to our employees because happy employees, they do good work. And if you look at other agencies around us, nobody is saying, you know, this is your last and best final. Most police agencies already have their contracts. And yes, there is cancer. There is cancer going on in this police department. You have some officers over here, and you have some officers over here. And for me as a community member and just getting here now as the mayor, my job, and I would hope that the rest of the council members would want to work on that and make that better, because that has bled into our community. Because there's a cancer. And I don't need to name names because they're on both sides. So there's a lot of reasons why I'm not going to support this, but let's talk about, you know, we're big on money, right? So you're saying that $23 million is what they're asking for?
No,
Is that what I heard?
No, Mayor, they're not asking for 23.
Where did the 23 million come from?
23 million is the estimated cost of their first proposal. The last proposal they made was an estimated cost of $9 million.
Okay, so now we're down from 23, we're down to 9 million. And I would be having this discussion if it was SEIU as well. So I want to be really clear with everybody. This isn't because I carry a badge that says I'm a retired officer. This is, I believe in treating people fairly and giving them a good living wage. And when we're all running out of a building, they're running in. So I take this very seriously. And if you've never been there, you don't understand, and they all have to go home with their families. So then let's look about, so 9 million. Now, I'm really interested in the budget, and that's why I want to meet with the department heads, including the department heads of the police department. Because if you look at how much overtime is happening in the police department, is it necessary? Can we save money? Can we move that money so that maybe we can use it for other things? And let me finish, and then you can interrupt me. Maybe you can write your questions down. Okay. Please, thank you. And then things like certain units that, for example, I believe we have career criminal unit, which I think is a great unit, does a lot of great stuff. You have the gang unit. You have the MET team, which is a full-time SWAT team. I don't know any other law enforcement agency, not even the sheriffs that have a full-time SWAT certified team. They get called in when there's SWAT calls, and please correct me if I'm wrong. And so I just want to be clear on that. And so we have, and I don't see anybody here to answer my questions, which is a shame because the chief of police should have stayed for this conversation because there were going to be questions. So you have a full-time SWAT team. / MET team. Why? You have top officers, commanders, deputy chiefs, those that are in at the office and at their desk with take-home cars. Nobody, see, I've been watching these meetings for a long time. Nobody talks about those things. You probably, if you've ever been there and go through the parking lot, there's all these Suburbans and beautiful black cars. They're take-home cars. We as taxpayers pay for their gas and their car. Have you looked at that? So what I'm looking for as a mayor and what I answer to my constituents is, where does every penny go? And how are we using it? Because I am a union supporter, and I always will be, and I see some of my union brothers in here, like Rich Gomez from the Carpenters. I see him sitting here. And again, as you know, I made it very clear, I was a member of OCA for 30 years. The teachers, we have a full-time release, and Councilman Vasquez is very aware of this. He sat on their board. We have a full-time release for teachers. Their teachers' union president is a full-time release. As a matter of fact, this year, not only is she a full-time release, the president, but the vice president is a release, and they pay for it. Our classified employees of Santa Unified, full-time release. So I don't really, and I watch the meetings from home. I don't come in here. I wasn't coming in here. And I know you guys, and out of respect for the members that have been sitting up here, the council members, you guys have been trying to get them to come to the table. But for me, it's become a very personal issue from what I see with my lens. And it's not about this person's, I'm not gonna name any names. What I am looking at is the employees, sworn and non-sworn. Because this last and best final offer is also for non-sworn, correct? Yes, and the POA bargaining, yes. So, and you're talking like jail staff, office, give me some names, some titles.
Correctional management, dispatch management, police dispatchers.
Police dispatchers, who work very hard, just like the officers do. And correctional management.
Correctional officers, police service representatives.
And is the correctional management part of the Police Management Association, or they're part of POA?
Part of PMA.
Okay. So I'm not going to support this because in watching the city of Santa Ana, you know, I'd find it interesting. It'd be like us going to the Labor Federation and telling, you know, their main person, I won't mention her name, that all of a sudden we're not going to make you a full-time release anymore. You're going to have a job and handle, and you can disagree with me, but I've been in the union a long time. And so I've been sitting here just for a week. It has been really interesting for me, but I have been a union member for 30 plus years. And when it comes to negotiations, I hope that the council members up here understand that this is not just about the POA president, because I don't care who the POA president, Jimmy, Johnny, Michelle, Terry, Smokey, I don't care who it is. If they got work to do, they got work to do. Just like the teachers. Teachers president, she's got or he's got work to do, they got work to do. And you don't have to agree with me, and you don't have to like my comments. And no, I'm not sitting up here, and my record speaks for itself because they endorsed me, because other candidates who ran for mayor were also interviewed by them. They sought out their endorsement, just to be very clear. I have always supported the unions, whether it was teachers, classified, substitute teachers under CWA, and OCA. So I'm not a fan of last and best final offers, because we could just go back to the table and start all over. And that's, somebody up here said about bringing peace. Go back to the table. There's a new council member up here, there's a new mayor. Go back to the table. Maybe it's gonna change. I don't know, and I hope it would. And that's my ask, is that, and everybody's gonna vote their own way, but I would ask that we go back to the table and work it out. And I will never tell the unions, whoever I represent or work for or sit up here, whether I'm here or I'm in another elected position, whatever it is, how to do their job. That's not my role. So I'm not going to go in and audit their finances, because that was one of the comments made about, well, we're going to go in and audit their finances. I'm not going to audit their finances. I'm not going to go to Rich Gomez and say, hey, carpenters, I want to audit your finances. That's none of my business. That's for the union members. I'm not going to go to the Orange County Labor Federation, hey, let me audit your finances, because then it's personal. I'm not going to go to OCA, let me audit your finances. I'm not going to do any of those things. And so I don't support this, because there's always a way to get over that, to get to that place of negotiating. And you come from OCA, you've been there. And I've been an OCA member. And whether it was CB or Nick Bernardino, and Nick Bernardino was a bulldog, and he would take you on and protest and march, and we would strike and whatever it may be. I've been out there with the teachers when they were striking. So no, I am not going to support this because it's not my job to say, well, this is your last and best final offer, and I'm going to take this away or take that away from you. And so I just don't do that because unions are very important to all of their members. Very important. And officers are not going to speak up because for fear of retaliation. They're not. They just had an election. Did you see the numbers? They were like through the roof. So one person I think got 89 votes. One person got almost 500 votes. So they have confidence in their POA president, whoever again it may be. I don't care, Jenny, John, Michelle, I don't care who it is. It's not about the people, it's about our employees. So I'm not gonna support this because, again, I look at this and I still haven't been able to sit down and tear apart the budget, and I'm going to, and look at every single penny that goes to the police department, because for years I've heard the community talk about the PD gets a lot of money. When I was a human relations commissioner and I was chair there, that's what they always talked about. PD got a lot of money. Well, the PD has a very unique job. And so, yes, it does cost them money. But as now sitting up here, I'm gonna go through every single penny and where can we save? And I would hope that the council members would do the same when it comes to the budget. Where can we save? Where can we cut? Who needs a take-home car? Who doesn't? What teams do we need? What teams do we not? How many commanders do we need? How many guys on patrol? I'd rather have more guys on patrol. So when people call 911, they come. So there's a lot of reasons why I'm not going to support this. But again, the biggest reason for me is I am a union sister through and through. And I believe everybody up here was endorsed by the unions, especially by the Labor Federation and the carpenters and the trades and so the teachers union. So I'm not gonna, I just don't support it and I don't sit well with it. So and I'm new here and I appreciate you meeting with me, but that's why I asked you for like all the history so I can go back and read it and really understand it. And I have not had the time to do that because I didn't have it. And so that's why I'm not comfortable voting for this because I have not had the time to review everything that they have done in the last year. I believe somebody said you guys have been having a discussion a year. So I did ask for it to be postponed till January so that I can review it. I was told no, so that I don't have the right to ask for that. So that's fine, that's okay, and I probably don't. Maybe I don't procedurally, I don't know, legally, we'll discuss that later, but I needed more information. So I'm not gonna support this, again, for a lot of reasons, and whether it's SEIU or all the other unions, and when I stand before my labor brothers and sisters, they can never say that I don't stand beside them. Now, if they've done something bad, I don't ever support bad cops, bad policemen, never. Never, never, never. Let me make it very clear. Never, never will I support bad police officers. If they've done something wrong, hold them accountable. Terminate them. Discipline them. Don't send them to somewhere else and hide them. Discipline them. Or terminate them. That's how strongly I feel about it. Just like I didn't support bad teachers. I will not ever, ever, ever support bad police officers. So nobody can write a story or a blog or an article and say, she's a POA puppet. No, I am not. I will never, ever, ever, be clear, support a bad police officer. And if somebody's covering up for them, I'd want them terminated too, both of them. So, and I'm just one vote. So I am not going to support this. I feel very strongly about this. Again, not because of Tim, Jane, Mary, whoever is negotiating with you, but because for me, it is about treating these officers, sworn and non-sworn, with respect. It's about doing the right thing for the unions. And if they're not, okay, OCA didn't go to the table many times. The teachers didn't come many times. We did fact-finding impasse. That's the process. That is the process. So I don't have a problem with it. And at the end of the day, we're going to come to the table, we're going to agree on something, and we're going to shake hands and move on. And hopefully it's the best thing for the officers. So with that, I'm not going to support this. And I'm sure that, people are watching at home, and I'm not going to make everybody happy sitting up here. That's not my job up here. But my job is my moral compass sits a certain way. And that's what I will stand by. So any other comments from any other council members? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. I do have a couple clarification notes. First, there was a comment that the raise would only be for 10 days. From my understanding, the raise is going to start January 1st until there's a new contract approved.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. That is actually correct. It's a 3% increase that continues on. One of the other elements that may have been misstated is that the contract that expires with the LBF, if it expires on December 2022, the terms of that one carry forward. So the 3% raise continues on, and we start a fresh button on the negotiations. If the POA wants to change the terms of an expired LBF, they can do so during the negotiations, but those terms would stay in place. And the item of union bank and full-time release is a negotiable item. The reason POA has it is they negotiated it. They didn't always have it. It was something that was added during negotiations. So it's certainly a negotiable item.
Right. So I just want to make sure that if this last, best, and final is approved, that a whole new negotiation is on the table beginning in January, that any term, idea, issue can be negotiated between the parties legally. Well, whatever's legal.
Correct. If the LBF is implemented, the parties can engage in a fresh new negotiation session, starting from scratch.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask about PMA, and because one of the things that I understand was that the PMA agreement historically had, was it a compaction clause or something?
There is a compaction clause in the PMA MOU that ties it to the POA bargaining unit.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the increases from POA led to increases to PMA because they were tied together based on whoever previously negotiated these agreements back in the day. Or how did that work?
I can't speak to the history.
Okay.
I have the tenure. I have the history of wage increases provided to the bargaining units, and the reason I hesitate is, one, I wasn't here for those negotiations. Two, over a 10-year span, the Police Officer Association, the sworn, and the police officers received wage increases totaling 31% over a 10-year span. And the Police Management Association received wage increases totaling 31% over a 10-year span, but they're not all like for like. The total over 10 years is same, so, but I wasn't here for those negotiations.
Got it. So it might not be just salary. It could have been benefits or something else, or
I'll give you just one
graduate
example.
degree pay.
So January 1st, 2021, POA received 2%. The PMA did not receive that same increase at that time. So another increase that was more at a later time. So,
got it. Okay, that was helpful. And then my other question is, we've talked a lot about salary and the leave bank, but that's not the only thing that's changing. I think you mentioned medical was one of them. I know that one of the big concerns for folks is health insurance. I understand how expensive health insurance can be. How would it benefit our sworn employees, our POA members, to have these changes to their health insurance?
So currently, the city contributes, for active employees, the city contributes $1,575 per month per employee to the POA for active health insurance benefits. Of that 1575, 1419 is for medical benefits, 66 is for long-term disability, and $90 is for dental. So do the analysis if the POA membership came over to the city's plans, if you looked at the current enrollment numbers, and then you assume, you have to make some assumptions. So if you assume that they enrolled into like plans under the city plans, it is actually, when you look at the monthly premiums of the insurance under the POA plans versus the premiums under the city's plans, it would be a benefit to the city and also to the membership because they pay less.
So you're saying it would
A
save?
majority, I wouldn't say every employee.
Okay.
I can't say every employee because it also depends on employee only, employee two-party or family enrollment, and also depends if they stayed into a similar plan as they're currently enrolled.
Got
So
it.
If you make those assumptions, there's a benefit to the majority of their membership.
Okay, so on average, a typical member would likely save money for a similar plan.
Assumption's correct.
Yes, okay. It's important for me to understand if we're comparing apples to apples, right? Because I know my husband just got a new job. We were looking of, do I want to switch health insurance? And it's not all the same, even if you're saving money. So that's helpful for me. I don't see a benefit in not moving forward at this time because, we go back to the table, but I guess we're still going back to the table anyway, right? In either scenario, we go back to the table, but at least by moving forward with this item, there are some changes that at least, whether it's wages, whether it's saving our employees some money with the health benefits, it's happening. And again, every other item is still on the table to negotiate. And I did want to ask about, just for clarification too, because I think someone up here mentioned pulling the item to delay, right, to continue it for individuals to get more time to review. But once an item is placed on the agenda, Madam City Attorney, who removes it?
Well, under the charter and the city manager form of government, your city manager prepares and posts the agenda. We do have two provisions. One is in the charter, one is by our practice. The first provision is that any council member can add an item. We used to traditionally refer to that as an item, 85A item. Or we have had a process where our mayor can add an item by talking with the city manager to do that. In terms of pulling an item, we only use the informal rules of like Rosenberg's Rules of Order for Parliamentary Procedure. And in that case, if the city manager wants to remove an item, maybe there was new information or an applicant asked for removal, the city manager has that prerogative because it's her agenda. Otherwise, anyone on the council can make a motion to remove an item from the agenda, and if there's a majority vote, then that item can be postponed, tabled, asked to be brought back on a date specific.
Got it, but we don't publish a new agenda within this, because we have a sunshine ordinance that says the agenda is posted, but for, emergency items based on the ordinance that we proved recently, we at the council can say, hey, let's table, let's delay, let's continue. I've never seen her move, or any city manager remove an item from an agenda in between the posting.
In my 10 years of here at the city of Santa Ana, perhaps if there was a major public hearing item and we were expecting hundreds of people, we might note on the agenda that item, that the request by the developer was to continue it so that people had an expectation of not coming, but we do not republish an agenda. So that idea that you could pull an item and take it off the agenda before you get here, that doesn't happen.
Okay, but we can do that today if we wanted to.
Yes, if there was a motion to postpone it, you could.
Got it, thank you. I just want to know that process because I personally had never experienced it, and so I wanted to know for sure what to do moving forward. And with that, again, I just want to see us moving forward with this item and that we can continue to negotiate because we have to come back to the table. We're not going to stop coming back to the table. But by doing this, I think that it actually does have some benefits for our employees rather than still waiting to see some changes, or still waiting to see what could happen. And so with that, I don't know if you got a second, Councilmember?
I have a
Hernandez?
motion, yes.
So I will second the motion to approve.
I have some more questions.
Thank you.
Just a few. And then Councilman
Mayor.
Becerra, Betelgeuse.
May I?
Can I just ask one question? What's
Sure,
fresh
go,
in my mind?
go ahead.
So Councilwoman Fan asked you about medical. And we should always be prepared when we're giving presentations, because this is part of what you stated. $15.75 per month is what POE gets per employee, correct? For medical is what you said. $14.19, $16 lifetime disability, and $90 for dental. Comes out to $14.19. So my ask is, how much is it going to cost and how many? And you said it depends. Well, that's really important to me, because it depends doesn't mean anything to me. So how are they paying more? Because if they're paying more, then we're going to hear about it up here. I mean, we're going to get emails and calls, and they're going to be like, why did you approve that? Now I'm paying more. Or if they're paying less, we'll get that. Oh, great, thank you. But I don't want to get that email or call like, now I'm paying more, because I know how much I pay for medical. I don't know about everybody else up here, but I pay personally, just for me, $850 a month. That's just for me. Okay, so if I added my husband, it would be like $2,400. So again, for me, $850. And I am a peace officer plant. So I want to know those things. And the only reason I asked again, I want to be really clear, to postpone it was not because I don't approve of it, or I'm going to approve of it or disapprove. I don't have all the history, and you can't answer all the questions. So when we say, or when Councilman Fan asks you how many, you can't give us that answer. I don't know how many sworn and non-sworn are going to pay more medical insurance or less medical insurance with this. And then you went from 9 million, is it really 9 million or is it really 5 million? When you talked earlier about how much it's going to cost us, right? So, because we have a lot of, how many unfilled positions do we have at the police department? Unfilled, not just placeholders, because I'm very familiar, not placeholders, how many unfilled positions?
It varies, but I personally don't have an exact number of the staffing levels in the PD.
So, I mean, and those are the reasons when you give a presentation, whether again it's SEIU, I would really appreciate it. These are things I'm gonna ask, because many of them live in our city. We all represent them. And again, I'm big on numbers. I may not look like a data, queen here, but I am. And I go home and I tear this book apart, and I take the budget home and I tear it apart and highlight it and follow the money, because following the money is what it's about. Every single penny. Because we can say it's going to be 9 million, but then when you follow the money, it's really not 9 million. It may be 3 million, it may be 5 million. Just like we say, well, I heard one time we have 400 officers, or we approved a hiring of 100 more officers. I don't remember the council doing that, and I know that you guys got 8 officers approved up here. So when she asks you how much are they going to pay for medical insurance if they come to you? And I say you, the city down at POA, and you can't answer that question. So if they're going to pay more, I'm going to be really bothered, because they're not going to be happy. And again, happy employees, that's what we're about. That's what we should be about. We should be about happy employees, especially all of them, whether it's SEIU, all of them. But when you're talking about our police officers, fire, again, they're running in when you all are running out. And so today, in this day and age, I wouldn't want their job. And I appreciate all of them, fire, police, SEIU, all of them. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll let my colleagues make comments, but I will not be supporting this item, and you don't need to answer any of my questions. So, Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Staff, for this presentation and staff report. Some of the reservations I have is in regards to the medical and dental. I know that as part of the proposed MOU, the city is to now administer the medical, dental, and long-term disability.
Effective January 1st, 2024.
Okay, so the city would to administer the medical, dental, and long-term disability insurance effective January 2024 with what I like that Mayor Mesqua pointed that out, that we don't know if any of the rank and file or dispatchers will see an increase in their medical insurance, but we also don't know what, if, or how that plan could potentially change. I know that I personally have the city's dental plan, and it's one of the worst ever. I mean, it hardly covers anything. So I don't want to start messing with any city employee's medical or dental insurance. If they have something that they like, now we're going to propose changing it and bringing it into the city. It may save them a couple dollars, it may not. It just depends on, like you said, it depends. I would like to see what those differences would be, if they are going to be cost savings, what kind of plan it would be proposed, if it's the exact same benefits. Because I know that here we're dangling a 3% raise to our police officers, but when they find out that their expecting wife, might not, have something that they had before, or in a type of medical or dental, service or plan, that's troubling. I would like to see that presented. The other thing is that when this police officer's MOU was last approved, the last time we had this before us, we had a packed chamber of over 50 people speaking in opposition and in support. And now we have 0 speakers, and it's 11 p.m., 4 days before Christmas. I mean, for a community that is very sensitive to anything police-related, and to not have one single person in here to comment or talk about this proposed police MOU is troubling. So I cannot support it as is. I would be, mainly because of that medical and dental, benefit change that we don't know what exactly entails, and our officers don't also have. So I would make a sub-motion to send back the negotiating team to the negotiation table.
There's two comments I'd like to make. You're correct, Mayor and Councilmember Penaloza, in the sense when I responded to Councilmember Fan, you have to make some assumptions on current enrollment numbers and whether they would if they would maintain their current enrollment into a similar plan. So you have to make those assumptions. But let's just, if you set that aside and anecdotally look at, of the city's contribution of $1,575, of that $1,575, $1,419 is for medical contributions. That $1,419 is per POA member, per employee, per month. So that $1,490 is very much higher than any employee-only cost, employee-only medical plan. It is that, and then where it stands, it's probably very comparable for a two-party, and then it's probably going to be too low for a family. And so if you look at that $1,419 compared to the city's current contributions towards medical plans, and what I mean is the city currently contributes, and what's also in the last best and final is the city would contribute $804 for employee only, $1,457 for employee plus for two-party, which is higher than the $1,419. $1,457, and $1,850 for family. So $1,850. So somebody who rolls in a family is city contribution would be $1,850 versus $1,419. So if you just look at that, what's proposed in the what's in the LBF for city contribution for two-party and family is higher than what the current $1,419 is.
Quick question. So
Sorry, and with the question, I can't speak, I honestly can't speak to attendance. I will say that our labor attorney, Peter Brown, did inform the POA's attorney of this staff report when it was posted, so they were aware. I can't speak to attendance.
Councilman Hernandez, can I just ask a real quick question before I forget? I apologize to. So is that the cost for a PPO? Because let's say you have an employee, let's say you have an officer, sworn or non-sworn staff that's under POA, and they need a PPO because maybe their spouse has cancer or lupus, or they need to have specialized doctors and they don't want Kaiser. So what's the cost for that? And again, you don't have to tell me tonight, but those are the kind of things, that's why I was asking to hold off until next month, because that's what I want to know. I want to know, thank you, Councilman Panalosa, for talking about the city dental. I'm glad I didn't take it, because if it's really bad, I didn't take it, right? And so, because that's really important. Braces cost like $4,000. So if we've got terrible dental, but POA's got good dental, I want to stick over here. I mean, I paid $4,000 for my daughter's braces when she was younger. So, I mean, there's those things. And again, that was the only reason why I asked for it to, not that I was approve it or disapprove it, but I need more information to make an informative decision. And so that was it. And I'll stop there. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. So Director Mostic, so the change on the City of Santa Ana's cost per employee, sworn or non-sworn, is increasing from 14 to 18? As far as what the city is paying, you said?
Talking about medical benefits?
Medical benefits, correct.
So what's in the last best and final, if effective January 1st, 2024, the city would take over administration of health benefits for active employees. The city's contributions towards health benefits for employee only would be $804, for employee plus one would be $1,457, and for family it'd be $1,850. So just without even looking at enrollment numbers, the $1,457 and the $1,850 is higher than the city's current contribution of $1,419.
So the officers would have a substantial increase, not only in pay, but better benefits.
Assuming enrollment, I can't, yeah.
Okay. All right. That concludes my question, Director Mostic. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Fan?
Thank you.
I'd like to speak, and I've been asking for a few.
sorry.
I've been
I'm
asking,
sorry, you got to say, Mayor Mesqua, I apologize. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask a question. We had comparables for the POA raises of 31% over 10 years. Can we do comparables with the other city unions and how much they've gone up during that same time? The reason we had so many people out in 2019 when there was a raise is because it wasn't to break the bank. We were going to give the POA a raise without having budget for it, or we were going to reduce and cut other places out. Folks came out and spoke up against that raise, but the POA had secured the votes on the dais. They spent $500,000 the previous year on the campaigns. Not keep bringing it up because follow the money. We have follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. What I'm trying to do, I want to make sure that we have good paid officers. I want to make sure that we show that we appreciate them, and we think we have the third highest paid department, right? And I make sure that they do get the raises, but I want them to come in good faith and have a meeting with the city, and that hasn't been happening. So what we need to do is make sure that they're forced to come with us because they haven't been wanting to. We pay for the president of the POA. He neglected to write his due diligence to where we're at now and send him paperwork when he had to. But I want to make sure that the city is able, that our city staff can work within our budget and give the officers the raises they deserve. And I am pro-labor. I'm a teacher rep at my school. And I make sure we hadn't had raises in a few times, and thank God, now we do. And we appreciate the raises coming, but we go in knowing we're going to have to divide money with other unions at our, when we go into negotiations as teachers. And we want to work in good faith and make sure that we continue to be a well-paid department, that we do respect this work, but I don't feel that the staff negotiation team has been respected, and I hope we can have that moving forward. Thank you. Did you get those numbers?
Yes, council member. So looking at over 10-year span, so we're looking at fiscal year 2011-12 through fiscal year 2021-22, the Confidential Association, CASA, received total wage increases of 24%. The Santa Ana Management Association is total increases of 24%. SEIU full-time unit, total increases of 18.75% or 19.5%, and that's because 1 year wages were based on a market analysis in 2017. SEIU part-time civil service was the same, 18.75 or 19.5, depending on the market study. And the service employees, SEIU part-time non-civil service was 6%. And then going to the Police Officers Association, for the sworn, it was 31% over that time period, and non-sworn was 23.5%. And for the Police Management Association, it was 31%.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, did you have anything? Councilman Penalosa? Did you have something? On this side? Did you have a comment? You, David?
No.
Any, Ty, you had a comment? I'm sorry.
So-
Councilwoman Ty.
No worries. So my question is, I think there's been a lot of conversation about this medical, and I think, Madam City Manager, you clarified it, that it does not go into effect until 2024, right? January 1st,
That's correct. We
2024?
do a medical enrollment on a calendar basis, and the open enrollment starts in the fall, and it's for the upcoming calendar year. So should the POA engage at the table, if this passes and we get to press the restart and we sit down with them and they engage in good faith, maybe they bargain that they want to keep their medical and it would never take the transition on July 1st, 2024.
So that's what I wanted to follow up with. I think the staff report iterates that, if this last, best, and final goes forward, and we have to go back to the table anyway for a new negotiation, and everything is on the table, including the leave bank, medical, raises, holidays, whatever you want, and medical health insurance is negotiated, then there may be no change at all to those benefits.
Theoretically, that would be correct. Another item, if I can comment on, was we talked a little bit about audits. One of the reasons why we did a request to see their cost for their medical is because they requested an increase in the amount that we provide. And I don't know if Peter Brown is still on the call with us, but he's an attorney that negotiates for public agencies with law enforcement officers throughout the whole state. And he has stated before that it's completely normal to see the records when they're asking for an increase for a per head payment that a public agency is making to the union.
Got it. And that's helpful, right? If businesses come and ask for a grant, or not businesses, but nonprofits, partners and whatnot, we do, and I've seen it before, where you can make sure that they're financially functioning, feasible, whatever the case might be. But so again, for me, I'm interested in seeing this move forward, and that's why I wanted the clarification. It's possible that the medical issue is not a problem, but I guess I use the city's dental, and it's great. I go to the dentist 4 times a year because I like the cleanings. But so I guess maybe we just have a different experience. And with that, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mesquite. So for anybody that wanted to see what it would look like to have negotiations out in public, here it is. You've literally been witnessing it. And anybody that wants to say that the POA may find out what we're thinking and who's thinking what, too late. This item brought it all out there. One point of clarification I want to make, because I know one of my colleagues had asked staff this. So the major provisions of the last best final offer, 1-year term from January 1st of this calendar year to December 31st of this calendar year. But the salary increase is effective the first pay period following the city council approval of the MOU. It's not going to be applied retro, correct? And I understand that the 3% would continue on. I get that. But it just sounds, it just looks, in my mind, disingenuous, because yes, they're getting a raise, but it's at the tail end of the calendar year going into next year. As we're talking about different things that could be negotiated, one of the things that could be negotiated would be retro pay, right? I've been a member of a union where I've received retro pay because negotiations took long. In fact, the union that I was a part of, negotiations went 2-3 years over. Nobody imposed the last best and final. Nobody told our union that they had to completely reconfigure their organization. So whether it's POA, SEIU, whatever it is, again, philosophically, I don't support that. So I believe there was a motion and a second on the table.
I have one more question if you're not.
I just want to throw out a,
Okay, go ahead.
so I'd like to go ahead and actually, so rather than with this last best and final, it doesn't seem like everybody up here is completely in concurrence with it, even though it was something that came out of closed session. You wouldn't know by the discussion we had today. But I'd like to just go ahead and ask that we move forward with a 1-year term with just the salary increase of 3%, nothing else, and direct city staff back to the table to negotiate with POA. So just the one item, that's it. None of the dental, medical, disability, none of that. Just simply the one term and direct staff to go back to the
Procedurally, we couldn't do that. I
We
mean,
cannot?
in bad faith, we couldn't unilaterally impose. We presented a last best and final that was authorized by the majority of the city council.
Right.
And going back to Councilmember Teeter comment on retro pay, as discussed earlier tonight on the transparency of labor negotiations, city's labor negotiator, the staff, we take direction from council or majority of the council.
Right.
So through the course of this negotiations, we have not had authority to provide retro pay.
Oh, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying when we talk about all the different terms, because while the council majority gave staff direction, right, we're still having an exhaustive conversation about all these terms that comprise the last best and final offer.
Right.
So I get that there has been something that staff reacted to.
But procedurally, we could not impose, like, we presented a formal proposal authorized by the council and last best and final offer. Procedurally, you cannot just impose a different terms. That would be in bad faith.
So help me understand something then. So we've had quite the long discussion about all the different terms in this. So it's all for naught then, right? Like, we can't modify anything in this offer. It's either vote to do it or not.
So no, earlier tonight, Councilmember Fan had asked what are the options if we don't. So the council has 3 options.
Okay,
Implement the last best and final that's on the table,
right.
do nothing, or direct staff back to the table.
Okay, but to my point, we're sitting here talking about whether the dental's good or not, whether they're, the amount of hours that the POA president may or may not get. It's all for naught. In other words, we can't modify this. It's package as is. It's like going to playground. You don't get to tell them if you want less salt or cheese. It's as is. You get it, there it is.
You're correct, council member, in the sense that you cannot modify the last best and final offer. However, the council does not take action on this. As I stated, if you don't take action, you can direct staff back to the table.
Correct, right. And I understand that part. I'm just saying, just focusing on the offer. So the offer is not something that we can, it's not a land use decision where I say, well, I like the building, but I'd like to add some more trees. There's no adding trees, there's no taking away trees from this offer. This
correct.
offer is take it or leave it, to be simple, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so since that's not an option to modify this LBFO, then my sub-motion will be to direct staff to go back to the negotiating table with POA. That's my sub-motion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat your sub-motion?
Just to direct staff to go back to the table.
Okay, thank you. I will not be supporting the sub-motion. I will be supporting the motion on the floor. And I think you said something important, Director Motzik, that council members have been aware of the negotiating terms, right? They've been discussed, and council members have been aware of the direction that I was moving in. And, from my recollection, there wasn't a lot of protest to it. And that's part of the reason that we're here today. So thank you for reminding me about that. And I also just want to state that, part of my professional background has been working in really great places. And in my personal experience has been that audits are very normal. It's part of any business. It's a best practice for some, just to make sure that things are functioning the way that they should be. In fact, in a lot of businesses, when you don't necessarily look at your finances, and whether you agree with the statement or not, this is a business. This agency is a business. And so I think that's really important, just so that everybody understands, to Mayor Mezqua's point, like every dollar should be accounted for. We should know exactly where every dollar is being spent and how it's being spent, because it is public money. It is taxpayer money. And so I just wanted to reiterate that. I know I heard that from other council members. But that's gonna end my comment. I'm actually ready to take a vote. Thank you.
Before we take a vote, I want to be clear, because as Council Member Becerra was talking about, we're negotiating up here and having a public meeting, right? I just want the public to know that whoever is the POA president for the last 30 years, the city has not paid for the POA president. The members pay. And if it's incorrect, give me the information, and please don't tell me. I want to see it. So you can tell me, but trust but verify. I want to see the documents. Just like when, our city attorney talks about who can pull items off the agenda. Is it procedurally, legally? Is it just the majority? So I want those things, and I'm sure the other council members want to know as well, because there may be something that, Councilman Hernandez wants to pull, and you say no, because it's your decision procedurally. But legally, right? So where do we all lie here? So because 3 people work for the council, it's city attorney, city manager, and city clerk. And so I get the whole politics of the majority. I'm very familiar with that. But my job up here is to represent my constituents. And so, and when people say, well, I'm a member of the union, and I've done this, I've done that, I can tell you right now, the teachers union went to bat. We have fought hard with the teachers union, and they were not going to give up their full-time release for nothing. So with that, I just want to be clear that, however long it is, if it's 30, 10, 15, POA members pay for whoever the board president may be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'd like to know exactly who pays for the POA president. Exactly. Don't give me I think.
If I have the opportunity to answer, Mayor.
Go ahead.
At the time they negotiated a full-time release president, they negotiated 2 additional holidays for all of the members. So the city granted 2 holidays to each member. The members then donate that holiday back to cover the president's, is it 1?
That is correct.
I apologize, 1 holiday. They donate that back to cover the president. So the city is paying because we granted the holidays to the members, which they then grant back.
So, but the members donate, that's a key word to me. They donate.
As a requirement under the MOU, they don't have a choice.
Okay, just want to be clear. Okay, I'm good, and you had an amendment, Councilman Becerra?
Actually, just for clarification, Councilmember Peñalosa, what was your motion, or your sub-motion originally?
Same as yours, but I'd like to offer an amendment to your sub-motion to go back to negotiations, but give a 90-day, 3-month deadline to get this done on both ends. I don't care who's sitting at the table across from our negotiating team, but we need this done because this is unacceptable, and I am no way supportive of any $20-some million contract. And I'm also very supportive of an audit, personally. If there needs to be an audit, then let there be an audit. But one thing that I do want to say is that, just for the record, I am supportive that both our larger bargaining units, SEIU full-time and POA full-time, should have full-time release presidents, just because because of the amount of employees that they represent. It's me personally, that's just my opinion. But with that, I would second your motion if you or unless you accept that friendly amendment.
Yeah, I'll
to your
accept the
sub-motion.
amendments, yes.
Yeah, that would be it. And I would second it.
And thank you for the audit. And if we're going to do an audit on POA, let's do an audit on police management as well. Christine, City Manager, I'd like also an audit on police management as well. We're going to do audits. We're going to do them on all of them, please. I would highly recommend that. And I would hope that the council up here would be in agreement with that. So.
I don't,
think
we're not allowed to vote on that, right? Oh, okay.
I'm just making a comment.
Oh, okay. So I'm making sure what I'm voting on.
I know we're not voting on that, and I know people are looking like, oh, she's making comments. I've been elected for 8 years. I understand the process. But again, if we're going to do an audit, then let's be fair. We're up here negotiating, technically, or having a conversation about this. Let's just do it across the board for everybody.
Mayor, may I just offer a procedural question, just so that you understand? The POA, because you like to have facts, and I've read the MOU, there's a provision because the city makes these donations, both for the retiree health and for the medical. There's actually a provision that was negotiated that the POA agreed to, that the city can ask for documentation. They use the word audit. I think that may have a negative connotation to some, but I think it's just a check and balance and update. Because we don't have the full-time release for the PMA president, we don't have that similar provision in its MOU. So just so that you understand why one has the provision and one doesn't have the provision.
Maybe we should have it for everybody. All right. There's an amendment. There was an amendment on the table, and there was a second. You guys ready to vote? Are there any other comments? So,
City Clerk, just to be clear, do you want to make sure you read back that motion with the amendment?
The substitute motion was to go back to negotiations and to come back within 90 days with a response to council. A motion by Becerra and seconded by Peñalosa. If you can please use your devices to vote. Motion fails 3-4 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Van, and Vasquez dissenting.
okay, so then what we're saying is the last and best offer, there's another motion.
Yes, and if you could read back the first motion. If I can assist, it was a motion, I believe, to approve the last best and final offer as
So up there it
with the staff
says
report.
Vasquez dissenting. I just want to make sure it's clear up there.
That's correct for the sub-motion, but staff can
Okay,
clarify.
I just want to make sure.
Yes, motion to approve the last best and final was motioned by Councilmember Hernandez and seconded by Councilmember Fan.
That is correct. It doesn't look like my device is working. Would you like to record our vote?
Yes, can we do a roll call vote? We're having some technical difficulties. Councilmember Becerra,
No.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
No.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua.
No.
Motion passes 4-3 with Councilmembers Becerra, Peñalosa, and Mayor Amezcua dissenting.
All right, public hearing is now closed. And let's go to city manager comments. City manager, do you have any comments?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and council members, just a few items regarding our holiday hours. So we are preparing for the holidays, and we do have some modified hours and service delivery as follows. City Hall and all non-essential city facilities will be closed on Monday, December 26th, in observance of Christmas Day, and Monday, January 2nd, 2023, in observance of New Year's Day. The main library and New Hope Library will also be closed on Monday, the 26th, and Monday, January 2nd. Both library locations will be open during modified hours. Public Works Central stores will be closed from December 22nd through December 30th. Communication, recreation, and senior centers will be closed during the week of the 26th through the 30th. And street sweeping is canceled on December 23rd, December 26th, and January 2nd. And then trash collection will be delayed by 1 day of the week of December 26th and January 2nd. And for full details, I know I went over quite a bit, you can visit our website, santa-ana.org, and I just want to wish everybody a wonderful holiday.
Great, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to today's meeting. I hope that you have a happy holidays and a happy new year. Take care.
Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Amezcua. One thing I failed to mention this earlier. So on our council agendas for land use items, it was my understanding that on those items, we would have the property owner and the applicant, the person that's the primary contact for the city staff, the person who's assisting with entitlements. So I looked at the item tonight that was not on the agenda. I just, for future items, I'd like that to be on there. That has been something that has been asked multiple times, and it should be on there because I think it's something for the community to know. And especially since it was such a hot topic tonight about the property owner and then who was representing the property owner. So that should have been something on the agenda, or stated on the item on the agenda. Since we aren't going to meet again until January 17th, I'd like to let people know that I'll be holding my monthly community office hours on Saturday, January 7th at 10 a.m. over at George Upton All Access Park at Carl Thornton Park. And we are so close to Christmas. In fact, Councilmember Fan and I got to greet Santa Claus over at Fire Station 75 on Walnut and Sycamore just this past Saturday. I wanted to thank our firefighters for being such gracious hosts to Santa here in Santa Ana. And this past Sunday night, we began Hanukkah. So I'd like to wish everybody a safe and happy holiday season, and I'm looking forward to a productive 2023. Good night, everybody.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Hello, I'm a ethnic studies teacher, and I last meeting on the swear-in, I think we had a teachable moment, and I don't want to call anybody out, and it's a call-in, and I do this out of respect because the word boogeyman was thrown around, right? And I'm an ethnic studies teacher, and that boogeyman started with Nixon with his war on crime. And Nixon started this war on crime. It was called the Southern Strategy to get votes. It went on to become the war on drugs, and it led to mass incarceration. It led to the prison industrial complex, where not only is it getting votes now, but it's getting money. And it's to push money. And I don't, so this boogeyman narrative, we should really, I would hope we could check our words, especially at this level, and in governments. We are building now more prisons than we are universities, right? The the boogeyman turned into super predators in the 1990s. And then when Trump came down the escalator, he mentioned Mexico doesn't send its best. He sends the boogeyman, the boogeyman, the boogeyman. It's a political use for votes and to spend money. The boogeyman takes many shapes. It depends on the narrative of from Asian hate to street vendors being attacked. And I just want us to be reflective of our words and our actions when speaking, because those narratives are harmful. Those words do cause harm. And I know somebody with a badge has a different view than I would ever have, that I don't have that kind of experience. But it does affect all of us as a community. It affects society, and it has for the last 50 years. So I just want to bring that to light. That's a call-in. Does this be reflective of our words and love and care for each other, Saniano?
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say that I think we'd all agree that Richard Nixon was the boogeyman, and he was a crook. I know he said he wasn't a crook, but we all know history. And, the boogeymen also exist out here. Mr. Reamer's boogeyman killed an innocent mom trying to buy pizza. So the boogeyman exists in many forms. I want to, first I want to offer a very belated birthday to our Director of Public Works, Nabil Saba, and our colleague, Councilmember Fan. Happy birthday, and an early birthday to Director Ty, who I know is having a birthday soon. And also want to make a mention that I know that the cities of Orange and Huntington Beach and Mayor Karen Bass in Los Angeles have all, in the last couple of weeks, launched a very aggressive campaign to clean up their streets, house individuals, enforce their anti-camping ordinance, and they're out there, and it's aggressive. I know Mayor Karen Bass is on TV every morning, laying out her plans and what they're going to do to clean up their city, as well as many other cities here in Orange County. I know that the minute that they start acting on those plans, we're going to see an increase of individuals flocking to our city because of our perceived lax enforcement of people out there living on our streets and camping at our parks and in our restrooms and railroad tracks. And I know I know through code enforcement and PD, we're aggressively going after them, but it's important that we start, we come up with a plan, because we will see that impact of all these neighboring jurisdictions beefing up their enforcement. I definitely don't want people to think that we are a safe haven for anybody that wants to come and, do drugs on our streets and whatnot, because that's not what we're about, and we need to start protecting our residents first and foremost. Also, I would like to just make comment that I would hopefully in the next couple of weeks, the next meeting, bring forward an item to start an aggressive campaign on discouraging our residents from visiting the taco stands in our city, purchasing from these taco stands in our city, because I know there's hundreds of residents that complain to me every day about everything from how it looks, the smells, the noises, blocking sidewalks 100. I've seen these taco stands block sidewalks 100%, and it's a safety issue. I know that just a couple of nights ago there was I saw it on the news. It's some neighborhood in LA. There was a truck that went off the road and took out a bunch of food and fruit vendors that were set up on the sidewalk. I would hate to see that here. So I would like to start putting out a campaign to discourage our residents from frequenting these taco stands, because it is a lot of our residents that are buying from these taco stands, which are mainly a conglomerate from LA, not mom and pop shops of Santa Ana residents. They're outside entities that are coming in here and using our residents to make thousands and thousands of dollars, not, just enough to get by. That is it. Those are my comments. Want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. And yeah, that's basically it. See you guys next year. Had to say
Councilmember
that.
Fan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa, for the birthday shout out. I'm 35, so I moved up in age bracket. Not sure if I'm wiser, but I'm very grateful to be here. I want to first say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all the jam, but I also want to just say thank you to my colleagues. I think if you watched our meeting today, you see that there was vigorous discussion and disagreement, but I personally felt that it was respectful, and that was a really, I guess, a great learning experience, and I hope that we continue with that sort of discussion. I also want to say that this council dais is truly a change for our city. Our elder statesman, the council member with the most experience, is Councilmember Peñalosa, and he has 4 years and I think like 2 weeks of experience. And so I think it's really important to recognize that all of us up here were elected for change, for a new beginning, and we are doing that. We're all blazing a path forward that is going to be different, that is going to be new, and in my opinion, a better path for our city. So with all of that, have a wonderful night. Please be safe, and I'll see you in the new year. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, happy birthday, Nabil. I hope that you enjoy your vacation. Also, Rudy, I'm sorry, but you're going to get to see how much work comes from our office. And happy Hanukkah to everyone that celebrates. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We are going to be taking a week off Monday, the 26th through the 30th. My executive assistant and I will be off. We're hoping that we can spend more time with our families during that week. And I'd also like to ask this council to help close the meeting in the name of Javier Villanueva, who passed away on December 3rd. Javier was a kind and selfless man who called the city of Santa Ana home for more than 30 years. And like so many immigrants, he lived on Minnie Street. When he arrived in the early 90s, and he loved this city and all of the opportunities it provided him and his family. And Javier was a man of faith, and he served everyone around him without expecting anything in return. Most notably, he served as a father to the fatherless, stepping into that role for many of his nieces and nephews. And they describe him as the most noble man they knew. And he lives on through his mother, his siblings, and his nieces and nephews. And so tonight I'd like to ask that we adjourn this meeting in his memory. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Wow, it was our first meeting together. Councilmember Fan, thank you for your comments about us all working together. I just want to clarify something. We are no longer building prisons. Actually, we're closing them. They're just in the process of closing Susanville and some other prisons because with AB 109 and Prop 57 and Prop 47, the prison population has decreased. So I just want to be clear on that. And then I will always use the term boogeyman. That is my personal experience. I'm the one who used it. I have no problem telling you honestly what I say and what I do. That is my life experience. I'm not a teacher, but that is my experience, and so I hold fast to that, and I will always, because when you've seen what I've seen, not just reading books, but when you've seen it in real life, yeah, so that's the term I'm going to use. And so apologies, I don't tell people not to use whatever term works for them, and I'm not going to because that's not my job. But I do want to wish everybody Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas. Norma, thank you, because I know today's your daughter's birthday, and instead of being home with her, you are here with us, and so I really appreciate that. And Nabil, happy birthday, and Councilwoman Taifan, happy birthday to you. I want to echo Councilman Peñalosa's words about the homeless. One of the things that I will be asking for, and I believe I can ask for, is a meeting with the homeless, just the decision makers. I don't want to meet with the whole team and the city manager because I want to look at, and that's including our police officers, I want to look at what are they doing, what wraparound services, what does the data look like, how many people are they coming in contact, where are they from, so many other questions. And Councilman Penalosa is right, they're going to be making their way this way. And throughout, anytime I come in contact with the public, they always talk about public safety and homeless. Public safety and homeless, no matter what part of the city you live in. When we talk about, mini street apartments, the grandma that lives there, the mom, she wants her kids safe. You talk about the north end, the south end, they want to be safe. So I am going to be asking, because again, I'm new up here, and so I have a lot of questions about what are we doing and how much money are we using, and are we getting the best bang for our buck in serving our community? Also, Madam City Manager, there's pavers on 4th Street that were brought to my attention. I don't know who we can send that information to. And I'm being asked to take a look at removing them because it's people not able to park there, especially with the holidays of shopping pavers. So they're blocking the parking. And I know this isn't the place, but I want to say it because before I forget, especially with the holidays coming, we want people to go down there and shop. So with that, our next meeting is on January 17th. And again, happy holidays to everybody. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad. And I look forward to January 17th. I also look forward to the fact that all of us up here are very different and unique in our own way. And I really appreciate that. And so thank you and have a nice evening. This meeting is adjourned.